dispensation. I can also notice, looking at the audience, that we have students who are indeed the future leaders of this country with us at this event. And it means that we are not just taking care of the problems of now, we are also building for tomorrow. Later in this event, we'll take the mic around for a bit of conversation and to get to know with us the schools and also your expectation from this event. My name is Geoffrey Nato Chukwuwokolo. I'm a lawyer, and once in a while I volunteer to anchor programs and also help in leadership and impact activities. So I would like us to move straight ahead to say the opening prayer. We could keep it as brief, as concise as you can get. If any of us here is led by the Spirit or any other affiliated being to say the opening prayer, you can please come help us in that.
Shall we pray? Our Creator, Father, we thank you, Lord, for this morning. We thank you, Lord, for today. We thank you, Lord, for this great opportunity to bring all of us. We thank you, Lord, for everyone that will be speaking to us today. We pray that you take permanent control of everything in the mighty name of Jesus. As we go back to our various destinations, we pray you be with us. We pray you guide us. Whatever things we learn, we make use of it positively. In the mighty name of Jesus. We pray for our country, Nigeria, to be better. In Jesus' name we pray.
Then, as we take the national anthem. Please. Hotel, one of the best locations here in Lagos and indeed West Africa, is no other but the very innovative Future Leadership Conference 7.0. It means that this event is holding for the 7th time, and later on today, you would understand the impact that this event has had both on the participants, the host state Lagos, the country Nigeria, and indeed the continent Africa. Personally, I have compared this event. This will be the 3rd time by my own personal records, and I am so proud of the progress that has been made across the years. Very shortly, we will be hearing from the convener of this program, And the theme of the event, which we hold today, is very, very instructive. We're not just talking about leadership, we're not just talking about the country, we're also talking about finance, which is the economy. And that's why the revolving theme of today's event is redefining leadership and economy strategy for a new dispensation. Because we would like to hear your cannot be solved by it has to be collaboration of minds, merit-filled approach, and thought processes. So we would like to also hear from you later on today, your thoughts about leadership, your thoughts about the economy, and how we can move forward. I believe the convener is ready for us at this time. And after a brief interlude, a music brief interlude of few minutes, and we'll be ushering in the convener to give us his words about the vision, the mission, and the action we are expected to take here today. Thank you. DJ, please.
Yeah, 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 yeah. Oh, Lord. So many reasons why I want it for you, my love. Now you want to retire with my love. Oh. See all the little good things you do, they make me no. This distance is taking a hold on me for sure. Baby, come. I want to make me dance. Oh, girl, I want to make you. Oh, no. I feel like make you. Oh, no. I want to make me dance. Oh, no. Girl, I want to make you. Oh, no. I feel like make you. Pull over. Come on, pull over. Should be not this kind of things where they make man see ya. And me, I understand. So your dad knows.
All right. So the impact the convener wants to give to us is too loaded for comfort. So we've taken him to a pressure room to prepare him for the speech and letting us know why we're here. So I'll be coming to the audience as I can see some schools. I'll be coming to the audience now just for a 5 minutes interaction. So if I get to you, please do us the pleasure of giving us your name, your school, and perhaps what you expect from the event. I would also be coming down the aisle to meet other participants at this program to just share your thought patterns of where we are as a nation and what you think we can do here to better the lots of the citizenry. I do not know if I know this school. Is this King's College, Lagos? Sorry? Oh, okay. Florette. Well done. So who is your representative? Is your school captain here? Where? I thought it was much. Yeah. Which house? Hi Johnson, McWright. McWright. Have people come first in Tower Sports before? Not yet. It's all good. So your name, the school, and what you expect from the events. Thank you.
Okay, I would like to say a very good morning to everyone. So my name is Adina Israel. I'm speaking the person of the representative of King's College Lagos, the best school in Nigeria. So yeah, so while we came here, of course, as we were invited to the theme named redefining leadership and economy, a strategy for a new dispensation. So now, leadership and economy goes hand in hand. It's true leadership that can get our economy. Nigerian economy is very bad due to our bad leadership. So we believe that if we can come here, redefine leadership, we the future leaders, as we all know, this leadership, this leaders that we have now, by the next future, they would have been gone. So we are the future leaders, very defined. When we get there, we'll have lots of things.
Thank you. So he's here, Neil Ryan. King's College was also my alma mater, schools in Nigeria, King's College Lagos, and others. So once again, a round of applause for KC boys. Thank you. I don't know if this is a school or an institution or an academy. What's this? Sorry? Adams College. Is it a school? A tutorial college. So who is your representative here? Who leads this college from the student angle? You're the one? So your name, designation, and why you're here. You came with quite a number, and we're really proud of that. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. I would like to say a big thank you to the convener of this program, this leadership program. Like, this is one of the programs we need in Nigeria. Everybody's complaining about bad leadership, things not going well. Oh, before I proceed, I'm from Adams College. It is the best tutorial in Lagos, the best tutorial you can ever be. And so I would like to proceed. Okay, everybody's complaining about bad leadership, bad situation of things in Nigeria. And like, I'm very proud of the people that organized this program. This is what we need in Nigeria. And our motive for coming here today is to get new strategies for leadership in Nigeria. We are the future leaders. We are the future of Nigeria. We are here today to get new strategies, to learn from people who have experienced things. Thank you.
Course of this event, he may take us down the memory lane to explain how he and his team have been able to keep this idea standing despite the economic challenges, despite the insecurity we find ourselves, and despite the issues within the host city and also country. Today, we want to celebrate a man who is not just a man to describe as the person, but the convener of the Future Leadership Conference, Ambassador Mike. A better round of applause. That round of applause, the learn walk. Okay, we're getting there. We're getting there. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. So sorry.
Thank you. So, was sitting beside you and said, I'm glad I'm here today. Oh, wow. Testimonial of consistency and commitment. Some years back, I made up my mind that I was not going to sit on the fence. There are many professional critics who knows what needs to be done, but all that they do is just whine and complain about what ought to be done. We have nations are not built by critics, but by individuals that are passionate about curating conversation that can bet a new narrative. Most Nigerians are tired. We've had it to our neck. We can see the glaring effects of lack of leadership. You know, Miles Monroe will have this to say that everything rises and falls on leadership. Nigeria is endowed with so much human resources, natural resources. Currently, we are experiencing what is known as brain drain. Most of our daughters, professionals, have had to travel, leave the shore of this country to seek for greener pasture because the enabling environment had not been created. But you see, 6 years ago, today exactly made it 7 years, we made that decision that somehow we were going to be a part of that ecosystem committed to societal transformation. Of course, we understand that in other words, the change that we seek in the society has to begin with us. Everybody can point finger to the president, the governor, and every other person in political positions. But have we taken stock? Have we asked ourselves, should we find ourselves in leadership position, what would we do differently? And interestingly, every single one of us actually have opportunity to make an impact. Every single one of us, every day, we are presented with that awesome opportunity to decide which side of the divide we'll be on. Just like the MC said, it's been 6 years. Some of my friends have given up. They've jumped out of this country. Is there anything wrong with leaving? No. But we all can leave. For goodness sake, you have your auntie here. You have your cousin here. You have your sibling here. Somehow there has to be some collective, some individuals who still believe that somehow we can still make it work. Do I have some optimists in the house? Are there some people that still believe that irrespective of the situation we found ourselves, that somehow this is not how our story will end up? You know, someone called me a chronic optimist, and I think I like that. Chronic optimist. And he said I was being chronically optimist. And why can't you give up? Let me confess, true confession. You know, sometimes if we are not careful, we forget. About 2 years ago, I have found myself so bitter, really bitter that, you see, I actually have something I was supposed to read, but I just want to speak to you from my heart. I go to social media and basically rant because I see my friends rant. Because if you look around you, there's so much that is not working. Bad road, banditry, the insecurity, so much. The lie that is so erratic, so much to complain about. But listen, when I found myself in that place, I couldn't think of solution because all I could see was the things that were not working. The educational system, the bad road, and all the many things. And there are a lot of people that are still there. But it's a terrible conundrum, because when you're there, you will not have the inspiration to bet solutions, because you become very bitter. You were not called to be a bitter citizen. No, no, no. The fact that there are problems in the land, enormous challenges, complex situation in the land, proves that you can't be a solution. Say to someone close to you, I'm a solution. I'm a problem solver. You see that? So you have to decide which side, how you want to be known, how you want to be described. So I made a decision with my team that irrespective, I told you, I said I was confessing. Yeah, it was a true confession, because somewhere along the line, I caught myself. Said to somebody, I caught myself. Yeah, I pinched myself. I said, no, I can't be going on like this. For goodness sake, I can't be among the wailers, who sits on the fence and just complain, and do all the cursing. No. That is not a dignified way to live. So I made up my mind that somehow, with the help of God, I was going to be among those that are fostering conversation that can bet a new narrative. All right? So if it is going to take whatever, we are committed to this. We've had it for 6 years. Someone called me, a friend of mine called me yesterday and said, if we have done this for 6 years, it means that this will never stop. I said, what do you mean? And he said, he himself started a program or conference, and he only had it for 2 years, and he lost the motivation to continue on that. But somehow we have had the motivation. Do you know why? Because when I see Kule, who is a teenager in school, when I see my son who is just 13 years old, and I see the other people who are visionless and they have given up, they can't tell. Have you had a conversation with young Nigerians lately? The gloom, the doom, the picture of gloom and doom that they see. Our goal ultimately is to help you paint a picture that irrespective of what we're going on today, what is going on and what we are going through today, somehow Nigeria will be great again. Somehow we are going to get it right. Somehow, just somehow. It begins by you making up your mind to do something. I'm not asking you to do everything, just something, just like we are doing, just like we had this today. Make up your mind that you will do something about it. The best or the worst leaders come from among us. I'll say that again. The best or the worst leaders will come from among us. I listened to a conversation recently, and someone said, if you have affiliation with a politician who is corrupt, that is called connection. All right? But if it is not your uncle, your auntie, your sibling, and you don't have no tie with the person, it is called what? Corruption. Can you imagine that? A very terrible conundrum. In other words, the people that are perpetuating the corruption or the malfunctioning of systems belong to some family unit. They are related to an uncle, to a sibling. They didn't jump from the skies or from the moon. They are from among us. So the next time you curse or you're tempted to vilify the president or someone in a political position, just remember that somebody gave birth to that person. He was trained. He was raised. He was mentored. Who is his mentor? What are his associations? Where did he come from? Where was he raised? Who are the people that he fraternized with? Then you truly understand that they are from among us. I have no doubts deep down in my heart that from among us we arise great inspirational leaders that will govern the affair of this nation, so that Nigeria and ultimately Africa will become the pride of nation. Do you believe that with me? Come on, talk to me. Are you leaving me out? Are you leaving me out here by myself? Do I have an agreement in the house? Oh, yes. And by the way, this is the 7th edition. It's not just a Nigerian edition. So most of what we'll be doing here, you're going to be seeing the interface and the conversation revolving around Africa, as it were. It will always be difficult to mislead informed citizens that know their right from wrong. There's an unfortunate conundrum in Africa where the worst of us in character and in deeds lead the very best of us. This is painful, isn't it? You can tell, man, if I had this opportunity, if I was the local government chairman, if I was the governor, you can almost, now this is where a lot of people get really angry. Like, how in the world can these people sit in a room and come up with this decision? I mean, how did they reach this decision? Very terrible travesty, like when you hear rats swallow money and all kind of things that we hear. Adults, fully grown men, taxable adults come up straight on the TV and tells you stuff that you will be aching just hearing these conversations. Why? Because the worst are leading the very best. Well, we've been told that politics is dirty. And I've objected, I've debunked that over time. Politics is not dirty. It is people that bring their dirtiness to politics. Politics is not dirty. If you are dirty and you find yourself in leadership position, you bring all your baggages, all the dirtiness to politics. If you have more money, you see, you don't know if a man is humble, if he has character, if the man is broke. Poverty disguises a lot of things. Poverty disguises a lot of things. If a man have more money, you get to see that that man is an adulterous man. He can have more money now to carry out his ambitions and his lustful desires because he have more money. Because he doesn't have money, he cannot afford a hotel room. So there's no need trying. Because he doesn't have more money, he can. Okay. Do you remember Adolf Hitler? Yes, I'm rounding up, please. This is my only time in this whole conference. One man ensured that 6 million Jews were annihilated. Power, absolute power, they say what? Corrupt what? So before you criticize, you need to be tested with power and money. How will you act differently if you have the resources? We used to be these sanctimonious, gentle, cute. How do you treat your driver? I mean, those that walk around you. All of that can show what you will do eventually when you ascend position of leadership. So I said politics is not dirty. It's people that bring their dirtiness to politics. This 7th edition is an African edition and is dedicated towards the success of Nigerian 2023 election with the theme, redefining leadership and economy, strategy for a new dispensation. Leadership in its simplest form is the art of leading people from a certain point to another. It is a process of influencing change, driving a narrative. It also entails helping them to possess a better perspective they have of themselves. People will be inspired, motivated, and challenged in the face of great leadership. Africa oftentimes has been regarded as the dark continent, the continent that swallows its own. Most especially Nigeria, that has become a land that exports goods rather than exports. A land that export brings rather than export goods. To put things in perspective, over 33,000 doctors and medical consultants left the shores of Nigeria for greener pasture in 2021. The time for real, true, and genuine change has come. The spirit of patriotism is awakened among us today. Right now, we are ready to harness and channel it appropriately. We are ready to take our hands together, walk the path of victory, and rewrite what needs to be rewritten. I hope you have a tremendous time today. I hope truly that today will bet a new narrative, that you can look back 5 years from now and be glad today that you were here. God bless you.
Thank you so much. A round of applause once again for the convener. As we said earlier, it's one thing to do something once. It could be called a mistake. 2 times, perhaps it's a style. 3 times, you're trying to make it a routine. But 7 times, it has become a culture and a tradition. And that's what Mr. Mark Idahi, Ambassador Mark Idahi and his team have been able to do. We have a keynote speaker coming up shortly, and we do not want to waste time. As you know, for very, very great men, time is money. The greatest resource for them is time. In fact, some people have defined time as the unstoppable progression into the future by the passing away of the present event into the past. And that's time for this man. And you will notice that he would spend few minutes, perhaps half an hour of billable time. Normally you pay for his time, but he'll be giving us for no cost, half an hour or perhaps more than that of his time to try to raise the next leaders of this country, to try to reorient the current leaders, and also inspire hope in youths like me and you that we should not give up, that hope never goes on recession. Now, I ought to call him up almost immediately because that's the mandate I've been given. But the Future Leadership Conference has requested that you should let us know your expectations. And a lot of you have already shared your expectations from this event, what you expect from this event. And we believe that the expectations are unanimous, which is you want to grow, you want to learn about the solutions, and you want to progress. So that said, the first keynote speaker will be speaking to us on redefining leadership and economy strategy for a new dispensation. And he is no other person but Pastor Itwa Ighodalo. I'll be reading his profile before we call him up. Pastor Itwa Ighodalo is the founder and senior pastor of Trinity House Water Corporation. Ighodalo is the founder and senior pastor of Trinity House. Hello.
Pastor Itwa Ighodalo is a pastor, an accountant, a thinker, a social reformer, and a writer. He attended the prestigious King's College, Lagos, University of Ibadan, and obtained a BSc Combined Honours degrees in Economics and Accounting in 1982 from the University of Hull, England. He qualified as a chartered accountant in July 1986 and attended a business management course at the Harvard Business School, Boston in 2011. He commenced his professional career in September 1982 at PricewaterhouseCoopers, now PricewaterhouseCoopers PwC, and later founded Ighodalo & Co., a professional public accounting firm, in January 1987. In October 2004, Ighodalo & Co. merged with 3 other firms to form SIAO RSM Nigeria, becoming arguably the 5th largest accounting practice in Nigeria today. Pastor Itwa is a fellow of the Institute of Chartered Accountants of Nigeria and also a fellow of the Chartered Institute of Taxation Nigeria. He is a member of the Nigerian Institute of Management, a member of the American Society of Industrial Security, and a member of the American Institute of Management. He is the chairman, FAMAD Nigeria PLC, Finatrust Microfinance Bank Limited, the Clinics Diagnostics Center, Rock Tools Limited, Capital Gates Limited, Elizabeth Events Management Limited, Trinicorp Nigeria Limited, amongst others. He sits on the board of Manos Integrated Limited, Gulf Insurance Brokers, and several other companies. He is also on the board of the Pastor E.A. Adeboye Professorial Chair for Mathematics Unilag, the Basi Anda Foundations, the African Cancer Center, and chairs the Christopher Kolade Endowment Foundation, the Vivian Fowler Memorial College for Girls Governing Board. He is a publisher, editor-in-chief of the Timeless Media Group, chairman Trinity Media and Films, Celebrate Music Festival, and producer Courage Center TV series. He has written and published several articles, papers, and books. He has also sat on various government panels, state and federal, and has been an advisor and consultant to government at different levels since 1991. He is on the council of the Nigerian British Chamber of Commerce, NBCC, the Nigerian Employers Consultative Association, NECA. A sports enthusiast, he is the chairman of the Trinity Football Club, the Nigerian Pitch Awards, and the Blind Football Initiatives. And he is a member of the Ikoyi Club, the Metro.
All right. What you're doing for the young people in Nigeria and what you're doing for the future. The Lord bless and keep you in Jesus' name. I greet Paul also. Paul I am. Is that you? God bless you. Thank you very much. My name is Itwa Igodalo. And like they said, I went to King's College from 1973 to 1977. After that, I went to ISI till 1979, University of Hull, 1982. Started working with Price Waterhouse, 82 to 85. Started my own financial services company in 1987. Became a pastor in 1995. And then I am now here in 2022. I'm speaking on the subject this morning on redefining leadership and the economy. Redefining leadership and the economy. I want to greet all the other presenters and speakers today. Many of them are there in the back office. They're coming to the front right now, and you'll get to meet them as they come to speak. A lot of them, all of them, eminently qualified in their own respective fields. Some still work in government, and a lot have sacrificed a lot. I want you to please put your hands together for all the speakers that have been put together today. And for their time. Time is important. It's the most valuable asset anyone can have, because it's the only one that once you lose it, it never comes back. Once you lose your 5 minutes, that 5 minutes will never come back. We're all counting down to the end. And what you make of your time is what becomes of your future. So we're redefining leadership and the economy, and we're looking at strategies for a new disposition. It's a very technical title, but I think what we're trying to say simply is, how do we get the right kind of leadership to ensure we have a great future, a wonderful future, especially in this time in the context of Nigeria? I have 25 minutes. I think I've spent 5 of them, so I have 20 minutes left to try and bring some knowledge and understanding on this subject. And I'll be speaking more in terms of the context of our nation, Nigeria. I'm not going to be generic. I'm going to be a bit more specific as to Nigeria, redefining leadership and the economy. One of the mistakes a lot of us made when we finished school and we started working was that we didn't find the nexus or the connection between the leadership of an environment, the leadership of a nation, and the economy. A lot of us made the mistake of going into the private sector and working in the private sector, disregarding, almost disdaining government, and thinking that as long as we worked hard in the private sector, we would make it in life, and that anybody who likes can go to government and live a very boring life. We thought government was boring, was staid, and they didn't do much. They were just pushing papers around. We didn't realize that government is in charge of the economy. Government is in charge of the lives of the people. A friend of mine became governor of a state a few years ago. And when I went to visit him, to congratulate him, to talk, to just chat, and congratulate him on being governor, he looked at me and smiled and said, next to God is government. Next to God is government, okay? I can never, ever forget that statement. I also went to visit another friend who was a governor many, many years ago. He lived in the South, and I was trying to make my way to Port Harcourt. When I woke up from his house, I started looking for him to get me a driver to take me to the motor park, to get on a bus, to go to Port Harcourt, or whatever car. And I went, he was still asleep. They dragged him out of bed. I said, hey, Oga, I'm going. I need to send one of your drivers to drop me in the motor park. And he says, where am I going? I said, I'm going to Port Harcourt. I told him the night before. He says, you're going to Port Harcourt? I said, yes. And you want me to send a driver to take you to the motor park? I said, yes. Then he laughed. And he sent 3 cars, one in front, one at the back, one in the middle. He said, go to Port Harcourt. I said, what is this? He said, don't you know that I am the governor? Amen. Don't you know that I am the governor? How can my guest be going to the motor park to go to Port Harcourt when I can send you 20 cars in escort to take you to Port Harcourt? So that's how I got to Port Harcourt in style. Amen. May you get to everywhere you go in style. Can I hear an amen to that? What is leadership? What is leadership? Leadership is both a research area and a practical skill. It encompasses the ability of an individual or group to organize, to lead, to influence, to guide other individuals and teams and organization. According to Mr. Eisenhower, who was President of America in 1988, he says, leadership is the art of getting someone else to do something you want done because somehow he feels he wants to do it. The Webster's Dictionary defines leadership as the office or position of a leader, the capacity to lead, and the act or instance of leading. So leadership, there's going to be a slide. You have leadership there. Lead change, share vision, inspire people, empower people. What are the effects of leadership? Leadership is the ability to inspire a group of people, otherwise known as followers, to go in a certain direction to achieve a certain purpose. What are the effects of leadership? Everything rises and falls on leadership. Everything rises and falls on leadership. If you go into a family and you see the environment of the family, it will tell you the thinking of the leadership of that family. If you go into an office and you see the environment of the office, it will tell you the thinking of the leaders of that office. If you go into a church or a mosque and you see the environment of the church or the mosque, it will tell you the thinking of the leaders of that mosque or church. In this Oriental hotel where we are, and all that it affords us and gives to us, tells us the thinking and the attitude of the people that own and established this hotel. Everything rises and falls on leadership. As I came out of my house this morning to take my young son to school, I saw some dirt here, I saw some paper there, I saw some chipping here, I saw some this there, and I called my house assistants and I told him straight away, change this, remove this, wash this, clean this, because that was what was in my mind. I'm the leader of that house. I'm the head of that house. And I must ensure that the standards of that house meets my own standards. If I walked away from those things, it meant that they were acceptable to me, and a reflection of how I was thinking. So leadership determines vision and direction where a group of people are going. So the convener of this conveyed this because this is his vision, this is his direction. And through his leadership skills, Mr. Mark, he's been able to bring all of us here this morning. My PA would not let me rest since yesterday. He's been telling me 9 o'clock, 9:30, we have to be here. Finally, he shows up about 9. I stumbled downstairs at 9:20. He says, this place is for 9:30. I said, well, sorry, you should have told me earlier to leave house earlier. Anyway, we'll try and make it. We'll be 10 minutes late, but we'll get there. So it was Mark that put him under that kind of pressure, and he put me under that kind of pressure, and he brought me here. It's the ability to use leadership skills to make things happen. Where there's no vision, the Holy Book says, the people perish. Where the leaders don't show people where they're going, they will perish. Leadership shows character, the character and the attributes of a person. Leadership shows culture. So my good friend and brother, my nephew, the Oni of Ife, is showing great leadership by marrying 6 wives. And he says he's going to number 20. That's leadership showing culture. Leadership shows discipline. Proverbs 14:34, the Holy Book, righteousness exalts a nation. By the way, I refer to the book a lot because that's what I use most, and it's the best book in the world. And I have no apologies for that. Okay? Everything you want for life and living is in that holy book. Leadership shows environment, how the environment is. So if you don't like the environment of Nigeria, if there's Boko Haram, if there's Fulani herdsmen, if there's banditry, if there's armed robbery, and so on and so forth, is a reflection of the kind of leadership that we have. They condone, they accept, they tolerate, and sometimes they fund and they encourage these kinds of things. Health. A healthy citizen is the greatest asset any country can have. Winston Churchill. That's why in UK, in Europe, a lot of money is spent on free health called the NHS, because the leaders believe that a healthy citizen is the greatest asset any country can have. Leadership determines the economy and the well-being of a nation. The book tells us also that a king called Solomon made silver and gold like stones and dust in the time of his reign. He has such competent leadership skills, such strength and wisdom in management of the economy that he made Israel extremely, extremely wealthy. Even till today, Israel is extremely wealthy because they have very, very high intellectual content in their leadership. A man called Lee Kuan Yew was able to take Singapore from third world to first world by the capacity, the sagacity, and the content of his leadership skills. A man called Sheikh Ibn Yassid, or so some Sheikh Al Mukhtar, I beg your pardon, the prime minister of the UAE and the leader of Dubai said a leader's job is to make his people happy. A leader's job is to make his people happy. So his primary thinking every morning when he wakes up is, how can I make the people of Dubai happy? And he goes out of his way to bring things from all over the world that seem to make others there happy and bring them into Dubai. So a good leader encourages, he gives a good example, he recognizes, he inspires, he stimulates, he focuses on the team, and he supports them. Having said all that, how does that translate into our situation in Nigeria? Right now, we're at a very, very challenging place in our economy. It's at the lowest ebb that I've ever witnessed in all my 61 years of living and working and breathing in this country. There's a huge budget deficit. Okay, so this year, for those who do not understand, we have a 10 trillion naira budget deficit. And let me break that down. The Nigerian government wants to spend this year 20 trillion naira. They want to spend 20 trillion naira, but they don't have any capacity to earn that. They're going to earn only 9 trillion naira. Only 9 trillion naira is going to come from oil and non-oil exports. And they want to spend 20 trillion. Now, where's the balance going to come from? They have to borrow. They have to borrow another 10 trillion to spend this 20 trillion they're talking about. The irony of the whole thing is that 6 trillion out of what they want to spend, they're going to use to pay back what they have already borrowed plus interest. So you are borrowing money to pay back what you have borrowed. Only the Nigerian government behaves like that, and it's a reflection of our leadership. Today in Nigeria, there's what you call a debt profile of 41.6 trillion. 41.6 trillion. So Nigeria and every Nigerian is responsible to pay back themselves and other foreign lenders 41.6 trillion. It's almost like $20,000 per head, per Nigerian to pay back. Inflation reached a whole high this recently, and now the naira has come to an all-time low of 742 naira to $1. So if you have $1, you need 742 naira to buy $1. And this is particularly painful for me because when I was your age, for those guys in King's College and in the other schools, the Adams College and Top Flight College, in 1978, I picked up my passport. I went to the British consular office in Ibadan, and I told the consular officer that I wanted to go to London for vacation. He says, okay, I should bring a letter of invitation. So I told my in-law to write me a letter on airmail. He brought the letter, sent the letter to me by airmail, invited me to London, said he will be responsible for my food and my lodge, and that I was most welcome. I went back and I told the consular officer, this is my letter, this is my passport. I'd never traveled outside of Nigeria apart from going to Ghana, and he gave me my visa. I didn't go with any bank statement, didn't go with any mother's passport, didn't go with anything. I was only 16 and a half or 17 years old, and he gave me my visa. I went to Union Bank in Agodi. I gave them 500 naira, and I got back 495 pounds, meaning that the naira was virtually equal to the pound. In those days, if you gave them 1 naira, they'll give you $2 back. The naira was superior to the dollar in 1978. Now, 42 years or 44 years later, it's a source of distress for me to see that the position has not just been reversed, but we've gone ways back. And that is because of the kind of leaders that we have. But I have a prayer for Nigeria, that Nigeria will be great again. You are not saying amen. Healthcare, we're supposed to have one doctor to 1,000 people. In Nigeria, we have one doctor to 10,000 people. Friend of mine lost the brother a few weeks ago, sent the cops to a hospital in Lagos, and when they got to that hospital, a government hospital, they discovered that it would take them about 4 or 5 weeks to have a post-mortem done. You need to do a post-mortem to find the cause of death. Realized that I knew them in the hospital. I called the hospital doctor in charge of the hospital. He said it was not his fault, that all his doctors had jackpot. They had left Nigeria. He says where he has 1,600 nursing staff, he's down to 625. So he has one person or one person doing the job of 4 people. Hence this waiting period. Education, we have 20 million children out of school as of today. And a country that is not educated is bound to cause a lot of relocation of its people, and is bound to have a lot of banditry in the future, And the reason why all these things have happened, some of them boast about infrastructure. One of my staff who jackpad recently, when he got to London, and I was calling to ask him, how is London? You know, when you get to a situation in this country where your own staff that you employ, that you are paying salary, has come to meet you that he's leaving your job, and you should support him to leave your job because he's going to London to find another job, you must know that we're in big problem in Nigeria. My staff came to me to beg me to give them visa so that they can jackpot from my own employment. Who does that? Who does that? When he got there and I called him, how are you, how are things? He said, Pastor, this place is good. Oh. He said, there are no roads to build. All the roads have been built. There are no roads to fix. All the roads have been fixed. But today, when our government builds a small road, they stop the town. Everybody goes there. Commissioner, governor, king, queen, everybody goes there to commission a road that should have been built for 550 years ago. He says, we don't build every road has been built. So when government comes and says, we built a road, we built this, what do you want to do before? What did you want to do before? That's your job. You should have done it. And we celebrate them. And we're dehumanized. We don't know what a government should do. And anytime they do something small, we're happy. You know, I was coming back the other day from Ibadan. I had to go through Ekpe, go through Ijebu, come down to Lekki, and then hit the traffic again. And there was nobody there to help us with the traffic. I spent 4 hours in that traffic. I spent 3 hours coming from Ibadan, another 4 hours in that traffic. So we've been having these challenges all over the place, and we've had years of difficulty in government. What kind of leadership has Nigeria had? You see, that's Nigerian infrastructure, people on the train, children in school or not out of school. That's a road in Delta area of Nigeria. It takes 1 week to go from Benin to Onitsha. 1 week, because the roads are so bad all over the place. It's a reflection of our leadership. What are the things that we've had in leadership? What kind of leadership have we had in Nigeria? Very quickly to the other slide. Number one, we've had restricted development under colonial leadership. A lot of people who are asking us to go back to colonization don't know the effects of colonization. The people that colonized us, the British, the French, the Germans, they had no good interest of Africa at heart. They did just enough to get our resources to go into their own economy. When you see a bag of English tea today, or British English breakfast tea, be sure that the tea came from Mambila, Kenya, or India, because England does not grow tea. So all they did was provide enough infrastructure, mainly the railroad, to capture our resources. So we had restricted development under colonial leadership. They did their best, but did their best for themselves. Number two, the choice and structure of post-colonial leadership foisted on us by the colonial masters was a challenge. When the colonialists were living, they looked for some of the worst among us to become leaders. You know, this is what so these are our leaders in those days. I'm not going to mention any names, but some of them, a few were good, but a lot of them were not quite the best for our country. Okay? A man called Lord Louis Harcourt said the disparity between the two Nigerias have made their amalgamation inevitable. We have released northern Nigeria from the leading strings of the British Treasury. The promising and well-conducted youth of the North is about to effect an alliance with the Southern Lady of Means. I have issued the special license. Sir Frederick will perform the ceremony. May the union be and the couple constant. Lord Louis Harcourt, who was one of our colonial masters. Okay, the military intervention made leadership a bit more difficult in Nigeria since 1996. The leaders were detached, the leaders were unaccountable, they decimated the civil service, most of them were corrupt, there was mismanagement of the economy, and there was what you call nepotism. They were foisted, they were accidental leaders, foisted by hierarchy, ethnic and regional balancing, and all manners of things. Lord Lugard had very many views about Nigeria. The long and short of his views was that he had very little interest, very little faith in Nigeria. He says we're full of personal vanity, with little sense of veracity, fond of music, we love weapons. Our thoughts were thinking of the moment. We suffer from the apprehensions of the future or grief of the past. They disdained us completely. They had no regard for us. So when I see Nigerian leaders going to IMF, going to World Bank, going to the British, going to French Club to borrow money, I say it's like going to the person who wants to kill you to ask him for help. He says the Hausa Fulani has no ideals, no ambition, sensual in character, is a fatalist, spendthrift, a gambler, gravely immoral, seriously diseased, is a menace to any community which he seeks to attach itself. This is what the British thought of us when they were living. The Igbo, fiercely rebellious, no regard for authority, industrious and religious, but they are very, very dangerous to the crown and the queen. Yoruba, for them, I say that Lagos and indeed the Westerners are the lowest, the most seditious, the most disloyal, the most prompted by self-seeking motives of any people I have met. This is what they thought of us, and this is how they left us in those days. So let me close in the next 5 minutes, and I'll take my seat. What is the strategy for redefining leadership? What is the strategy for redefining the leadership that we find in Africa? Let me tell you, Nigeria is going to be great again. It doesn't want me to say Nigeria is going to be great. Nigeria is going to be great again! I said Nigeria is going to be great again! Nigeria is going to be the best country in the whole world. Very soon, people will be begging to come to Nigeria. Very soon, people will be jackpine into Nigeria. Very soon, most of you will be multi-billionaires. Multi-billionaires. Presidents of nations. Great people all over the place. In the name of Jesus Christ. If we can redefine our leadership. What do we need to redefine our leadership? A set of bold, confident, and courageous people. You know, last year, I tried very hard to influence the leadership of Nigeria. I called on many people and I said, come and join me. Let us try and transform Nigeria. You know, I couldn't find many. Too many people were too busy minding their own business, running after government, chasing contracts, hiding their heads, not wanting to take the bold step. You see, the presence of evil is not the dominance of wicked people, it's the absence of righteous people. People who are ready to take a stand. People who are ready to sacrifice. People who are ready to give up their comfort. People like Nathan who are going to go to the king and says, thou art the man. Not enough people who are bold, confident, determined to say we need to redefine the leadership. That is the man who has just become Prime Minister of England. His name is Rishi. What's his name again, Olu? Rishi. Something Rishi. Third generation Indian, born in Kenya, found his way to England and took the courage to see how he could become Prime Minister of England. And he did it. Meet together to clarify and define and redefine the attributes of great leadership. You know, in Nigeria today, we don't know the attributes of great leadership. What does it mean to be a great leader? Nobody knows. You know, some time ago, when I was pastor of Christ Church, 4 young men came to see me to pick my brain, to ask for ideas. After they picked my brain and they finished exhausting me, And then, by the way, I said to them, what do you want to become? What do you want to become in life? I was thinking they would say to me, I want to be a doctor, I want to be a lawyer, I want to be a professor, I want to be this, I want to be that. I thought one of them would humor me and say, I want to be a pastor just like you. You know what these children said to me? The first one said, I want to be an armed robber. True story. The second one said, I want to be a politician. The third one says, I want to be a soldier. And the last one said, and that was the first time I had that word, I want to be a Yahoo expert. I said, what does this mean? He said, these are the people that seem to be making money in Nigeria. Because they don't know what leadership means. Integrity, empathy, inspiration, critical thinking, interpersonal communications, authenticity, self-awareness, open-mindedness, creativity, responsibility, patience, continuous improvement, boldness and courage, vision. You need a leader like that. We need to define it and redefine it and explain to our people what it means. Number 3, evaluate leadership performance. We need to evaluate our leaders and see if they are able to perform. We have something called the African Leadership Group that I chair, and we have an evaluation matrix for those who want to be leaders and those who are already leaders. So if you are thinking who the next president of Nigeria will be, there are 15 of them who want to be president. Use the ALG score sheet, evaluate them, and decide who you think has the best attributes. We must inform people on platforms like this, enlighten, educate them, and ensure that they understand what leadership should be. We must train, and develop and prepare the next generation. I don't know about all the other schools that are here, Adams College, Stofflight College, whatever, but in King's College, as soon as you get into King's College, the first thing they tell you is that you are in the College of the Kings. In this school, we don't cheat. In this school, we're bold. In this school, we're confident. In this school, we score high grades. In this school, we go to King's College, Queen's College, and look for the girls. Yes, King's College! They teach you to be bold, to be confident, to be a leader, to look forward to the future, and to have the right principles. So you go everywhere and say, I'm a King's College boy. We're proud to be a King's College boy. That's why the old boys are so proud of their school. Train, develop, and prepare the next generation. Be determined to see through this process of redefined leadership. Strict penalties for misbehavior and misdemeanor. You know, in Japan, if somebody is accused of corruption, in Japan, the guy commits suicide. In China, if somebody is accused of corruption, the guy is killed. In Britain, somebody is accused of corruption like Boris Johnson, the guy resigns. In Nigeria, if you're accused of corruption, they give you a chieftaincy title. They give you a chieftaincy title, and you run for the next elections, and then they give you an MFR and OIFR and something. Somebody that has been accused of corruption, that we all know is corrupt, they say, no, this is the person that we must become president. It doesn't happen. He's our party member. He's from our tribe. He's from our religion. He goes to our church. Let us forgive and forget. For Nigeria to redefine its leadership, volunteer yourself. Volunteer yourself and become available for that leadership position. Let me close with this story very quickly. A Nigerian went to, I think, Southern Korea or somewhere like that, one of these nations. And when the Minister of Trade was entertaining him, he got to the minister's house, and the minister's house was beautiful, ornamented, nice and nice. So he looked at the minister and says, Oga Minister, how did you afford this house? So the minister called him. He says, come. He says, look out of the window. He said, look out of the window. He said, did you see that bridge? He said, yes, I see that bridge. Lovely bridge. He said, yes, we built that bridge. He said, that bridge, 90% on the bridge, 10% in my house. 90% on the bridge, 10% in my house. What he was saying is that he took a bribe of 10% of the cost of the bridge that they could see, and he put it in his house. A few years later, the minister from Korea came to visit his minister in Nigeria in Abuja. When he entered the house was fantastic. It was fantabulous. It was extraordinary. He had never seen any house like that before. So he asked him, say, Minister of Nigeria, how did you afford this kind of house? How did you afford this kind of house? So he took him to the window, opened the window. He said, Minister, do you see that bridge? The minister looked. He couldn't see any bridge. He said, do you see that bridge? He said, where is the bridge? He said, you see that bridge? He said, 100% in my house. Ladies and gentlemen, how do you redefine leadership? We must be determined that Nigeria must not fail. We must be determined that we must step forward. We must be determined that we must look for the best to run this country, Nigeria. We must be determined that we must subject ourselves under the leadership of God. We must be determined that we will pull ourselves together, pray, and seek the face of God and make Nigeria work. God bless you.
All right, so thank you so much. A round of applause for our speaker once again. Wonderful, wonderful. As we know, when most of us speak, we are auditioning for leadership. But Pastor Itua has spoken, and he has spoken in a way that has healed this nation. So we're very, very positive that we will be better going forward. As we've said, time is really the currency for destiny. And he's a very busy person. We know that soon enough, he'll be out of our space. He has said a lot of things. And most importantly is his life is a message. If you notice, he spoke about his age in passing. And I was just looking at myself, my age, and I'm like, what is going on? This is a man that has been active for 4 decades plus and still has, if you look at him, you can still see about 2 decades of active solution to this generation. So a round of applause for him, please, you know? I know. So please, we just want to celebrate him. We just want to celebrate him and all. And to just show our thanksgiving. As we say, thanksgiving is an application for more. And to show our thanksgiving, the convener would want to come on stage and just say something and then do something too. Because we do not just talk the talk, we do the do at the Future Leadership Conference. We just want to do this now because we do not know when he's leaving us and when he will be with us again. So I want to call on stage Mr. Mark Idahi to take the floor and then do the needful. A round of applause, please. Thank you.
Please, can we put our hands together for our keynote speaker once again? Wow. Sir, please, we'd love to invite you to the stage just so that we can show you an appreciation. Words may not really be adequate to express the depth of our gratitude. Please, let's appreciate and keep on clapping.
That's the future. It's from my village. You got it right.
Sir, thank you so very much. You're one of those that I look up to, even though it's the first time I've had to make contact with you, and you're obliged to come. It shows the heart that you have for this nation. I don't take it for granted. We totally want to submit to your mentorship. So this you have on your neck, a muffler, is a symbolism of how much we believe in your leadership and how that by association we'll be a better people and we'll be able to do it much more better. So we present this to you on behalf of the organizing committee just to show our token of appreciation, sir. Thank you so very much, sir. Yes. Thank you, sir. Thank you. Thank you.
All right, so the Future Leadership Conference, we believe in gender balancing. We really don't want, we're here for affirmative action. So Wimi is one of the most beautiful girls on record, I believe, and she's here to also co-anchor and take a bit of the burden off some of the other male shoulders here. So she would introduce herself. Once again, I'm Geoffrey Wokolo, a lawyer in the morning, speaker in the afternoon, I sleep at night. That's it. Thank you.
Good morning, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. It's a great privilege and a great honor to be in a room full of present leaders, potential leaders. I'm talking about our students from great schools in Lagos. Please, I would like you to put your hands together for yourself. I am the most privileged person in this room. I don't know about you. And this so much resonates with me because I am a life student of leadership aside from being a master of ceremonies. My name is Compare OY, and I welcome you once again to this auspicious event. We would like to recognize the presence once again of our prestigious schools ably represented here. Adams College, if you're in the house, let me hear you make some noise. Greatest Nigerian students. Greatest of the greatest Nigerian students. Excellent. Top Flight College, if you are here, let me hear you make some noise. The different schools, students from the different school. Are you here? And last but not the least.
Please don't recognize my school. Please. We don't make, in case he doesn't make noise.
I shouldn't. Oh, they
shout.
will disappoint you this morning.
Kings do not shout, please.
Students from King's College, let me hear you make some noise.
I told you Kings don't shout. Yeah, but please, a round of applause for King's College students. Yeah, thank you.
Excellent, excellent. Now, everything rises and falls on leadership. Now, in this room are potential governors. Can I hear an amen? Potential presidents, senators, commissioners, senators' wives, and the list goes on and on. Excellent.
Okay, all right. So we're moving to the next speaker, and we just want to gauge the feeling in the room. Before we do that, we're going to also be having music interludes. We want to know by a signal of hand if the special performers are ready for us. And if you're not ready, we could roll over and you come out at a different time. But we're just wondering, you know, a lot of us have heard about leadership. We saw the statistics here, just as we saw when the first speaker was talking. You know, there was a period, the dollar is about $1 to 1 naira, the pounds, etc. And there's a phenomenon that it is so high now. And I think you call it the Japa syndrome.
Yes, the Jackbarring. Everybody wants to Jackbar.
Yeah, everybody just wants to Japa because it looks like things are getting from bad to worse, from worse to... Even me, I've Japaed in spirit. I'm just here in body, you know? And so we just want to know, looking at what we're talking about, leadership, the Japa syndrome, for you, would you go or would you stay? You know, we'll just take from about 2 or 3 people. I know we have a lot of useful and obedient people here.
Some people will say they love Nigeria so much, they want to stay to change Nigeria. I am part of the reformists. I don't know about you.
Yeah, me, I'm here, but I've left, you know.
There's so much gold in Nigeria yet on top.
Exactly.
Yes.
So we have a lot of people. We are the useful and obedient people in the house. The Milokon, it's your turn. Is it your turn? Are you here? You know, the Kwankwasias and everybody. You know, but as we say, the change is not in the hand of one man. It's a collective journey. So I'm just taking about 2 or 3 participants from the audience. Your thoughts on the Japa syndrome? Is Nigeria losing out? Are these people going to come back? Are you also going, or have you gone like me and you're just here in body to join your spirits in a different land? generally. So I think you go to the audience and get about 1 or 2 people for that purpose. Thank you. A bit of music while we do this and we move to the second speaker.
Okay, so our people that are ready to jackpot and leave us in Nigeria. I have somebody. Please, can we give him a hand? Okay, please just introduce yourself and tell us.
All right. Good morning, everybody. Good morning, students. Glad to see you all, especially King's College, a school I dreamt to go to all my life, but I never went to King's College. All right. My name is Honorable Ned Korie, and talking about the Japa syndrome, I must tell you that is something that is eating up the fabric of the Nigerian society. We talk about it in events like this and we laugh, but the fact is that we live in dangerous time. We live in a dangerous society, and we are in a very dangerous situation. You know, sometime in why is it that when it comes to somebody who will lead us? Because I tell people, the leader stands the better chance even if decision make in your house, the way you live and exist with your wife and children and your husband. Because they determine the price of the garri in the market and determine whether you people will fight in the house or not.
Thank you.
So please, we have to just tribe, religion, our loyalty to party, and then only when we have done that, we can say that we can face this country. Thank you.
Thank you. Please, any interventions, just 60 seconds.
Okay, yes, we'll have time for more jackpot. Those are for or against the motion for us to jackpot. But before then, we have a very beautiful group that will come serenade us this morning with a lovely musical performance. This group I'm talking about is no other but the Elite Music Academy. Please, if you love good things, help us put your hands together for them.
Thank you. While they come on, we just want to also recognize, we see a lot of our speakers, keynote speakers, but a lady here struck me. As I told you, I've been part of this conference as a boy, and now I think I'm a semi-man. You know, no, we're heading there. And the lady here has been with us from editions to editions. We're in number 7 today. And that means we've moved from 1, 2, 3 to this very moment. And I just want us to please celebrate a lady, a mother, a solution to this generation, and Amazon. No other person but Mrs. Abimbola Adebakin. We welcome you, ma. Thank you for
You're
the
welcome, Ma.
support.
We are honored
Thank
to
you.
have you this morning.
She's never tired to help raise impact. So let's listen to these young ones take us to the next destination of the event.
Just
Thank you.
sit back, relax, and enjoy. Thank you so much for applauding for the next leaders of Nigeria. Okay, Mr. Mark Idia, he has asked me to remind you that this is a world-class event and you are in for an unforgettable experience. Today is not only going to be about talks. We also have a little bit of comedy to get you cracking your ribs and make you remember today, indeed, for good. At this point, I'm honored to bring up the next speaker that will set the ball rolling again this morning on leadership. This man is an articulate gentleman. Like I watched one of his videos and it was like, hey, this man really has the interest of Nigeria at heart. The media team will let us into who this man I'm referring to is about.
Professor Christopher Imomolen is a presidential candidate on the platform of the Accord Party ahead of the 2023 Nigerian presidential election. He is the founder of Joint Professional Training and Support International Limited, JPTS, and Unique Foundation, a non-profit, non-governmental organization in Nigeria, an educational body that has trained 30,000 plus certified professionals. Professor Christopher Imomolen possesses 2 PhD. Academic degrees are in engineering research and educational management. He also possesses 3 master's degrees and bachelor's in mechanical engineering. In the oil and gas in Nigeria, Imomolen is the president of the Onshore-Offshore Oil and Gas Professional. He also served as the senior technical advisor to the Akwa Ibom State government on oil and gas matters. He is the first African to establish 3 universities on 3 continents: Africa, South America, and North America. He is also the only Nigerian who is a member of the World Presidential Civility Club. Since 2010, he has given over 60,000 Nigerians educational scholarships through various platforms. In 2019, he single-handedly floated a business financial support program that empowered over 6,000 Nigerians with seed capital between 200,000 naira to 2 million naira.
Let's make welcome a reformist, a gentleman that wants to take Nigeria beyond its present level. I'm talking about no other person but Professor Christopher Imomolen. I'm so sorry if I don't get that right. Please, is that how much you clap for a leader? Let him know you are happy to receive and learn from him this morning. It's an honor, sir.
Please, thank you. May I have a seat? Good afternoon, House. Okay. My name again is Professor Christopher Imomolen, and I'll be speaking on a very simple topic: how bad leadership has affected Africa. I want you to first but before I go in depth, let me quickly appreciate the organizers of this program. I most often time love to share my thoughts about Nigeria and how we intend to take our dear country to the next level. I want to appreciate the organizers of this program for giving me this platform to speak and be heard. We need to be heard. We need to have a voice. If we don't have a voice, you might most likely become the best person nobody knows, then you are not the best. No matter what you have in you, if nobody know of it, then it's nothing. You know, today we are in the political era where many persons are talking about the next leader, the next person to lead us. And one of the very fundamental problems I believe we have as a nation is chances. Giving chances for those that have bright knowledge to demonstrate their capacity in leadership. The first set of people that will not give you chance is the Nigerian people themselves, because they will lock up their mind to believe that the only persons competent to lead us are those who have led us before. And they complain, oh, who are the other people? We don't know them. How would you know them when they don't have the same money that the other persons who have led before have. You must give chances. Even from the employment scheme of Nigeria, we have people who are told that, oh, we need a job, you must be 25 years old, but you must have 10 years experience. To get a job, 25 years, you see, that is the problem. As people, as a country, for us to begin to sort for true leaders, we need to open up our mind to see, to know who are applying for the job to manage our country. Nigerians have pockets, groups, large numbers of competent young minds who can change this country. One, the fear of would I get the chance even when my face is there, make many of us seated here to sit back. And allow those who are mediocres, who possibly are just rich, to begin to lead this country into nowhere. But we are not going to give up. If you look at the 15, 16, 17 presidential candidates, if I ask a question, how many of us know them? Possibly we only know 4 or 5. Who is the presidential candidate of other parties? Nobody. When people apply for the job to manage your organization, to manage your country, I said this in many presidential debates I have been opportune to stand. The first we must do as a nation is to research, know who they are. Selecting leaders based on crowd decision, based on sentiment will lead us nowhere. As many of us know, who have opportunity to do something great, we know that great things happen by individual decision. You look at things, how can this work? You research about it. We live in a country where 18 people who apply for a job, the country will only interview 5 and say the rest should go and sleep. They are not ready. How do you say they are not ready? These are people who have done so well in their individual life, even more than those you have considered competent. You just said about it. I'm the only black person who have set up 3 universities in the world, and I'm 39 years. I'm the youngest in the race. I'm a professor. Who tell you that we cannot fix this nation? I'm just like you, seated, who is tired of this country, who want a better life for our children. I'm just like you, tired, because I see our mothers in the north, in the south, becoming widows at the age of 36, 35. My mother was a widow at 37 years. So I knew what widowhood could do to women. I lost my father when I was 12. I was in poverty for another 25 years before God heard our call and picked our call. So many people say, oh, you are still calling. God has not picked your call. And something happened. We started working. We belong to the group of young and dynamic leaders all over the world whose revenue can even be more than what state in Nigeria generates. Nigeria don't know how to generate anything. I have a friend who belongs to our group who just by selling a harp made $1 billion in a day. $1 billion today is how much in Nigeria currency? 750 billion. Some states cannot generate that in the next 10 years. These are smart young guys in the world making new things. The world, as we have a metaverse of the universe. Are you aware? Nigeria is not included. I met the developer. These are ways to generate. We are in a nation today where wealth creation should be our key index. The only way those leaders you want to vote for will generate wealth is by increasing tax on you or by borrowing. Only 2. Leaders who would not think outside the box. Yet, as young and dynamic, we fix ourselves to them. The first thing we must do is to select credible leader, is to research, check our personal life, check what we have been able to achieve personally. And when I talk in most places, they say, oh, Prof, you are too young. We've forgotten that those who fought for the independence of this nation did so when they were young. The first man that raised the motion of independence, how old was he? 19 years. We've had leaders far younger than us. We've had ministers at 29 years. Am I right or wrong? We've had that. We should not live in that world to believe that those who have led us in time past, who have shown no significant progress in our economy, should be the only one given the chance to lead us. If we can open up our mind, believe me, we'll begin to see that the other 15 candidates that nobody is talking about might just be the solution to taking Nigeria to the next level. I'm not even here talking about myself. If a company is under duress, if a company is having a problem repeatedly for so long, many of you are CEOs here, what do? You need a new manager. You need to bring people outside the organization to fix that problem. When we look at the problem of Nigeria, it's purely leadership problem. It has eaten down to the people in Nigeria. Today, we have a country of about 96.1 million people living in poverty. We have a country where over 18.5 million children are out of school. In states like Zamfara, schools have been shut down for 3 years. Why? Due to insecurity. Imagine what will happen to those children. Someone spoke about Japa. We want to Japa. Yes, because human being naturally will move, just like diffusion, in the direction of what is. That is natural. There is nothing called patriotism when the citizens are not benefiting from the country. You demand for patriotism when citizens have benefits. You cannot. So we must begin to look at that. I'm talking to the people first before I talk about the leaders. The problem of bad leadership in Africa starts from the mind of Africa itself. I've spoken to a lot of groups. I've traveled to various places. You see many candidate people who say that candidate is not serious. No. Is Nigeria by itself ready for a change? When we speak fantastic English. I've gone to a conference. After talking to them, I want to change Nigeria. They said, after, what do you bring for us? If there's no bag of money here, then we are not going to listen to you. How do we want to change? You have forgotten that when you collect money from these people, you have sold your future. You have sold your destiny. Because those people are not going to make those roads. They're not going to build those roads. They're not going to build those hospitals for you because they're going to recover back their investment. And I often say this, Nigerians, we need a change of mindset. That is our biggest challenge. It will be very difficult. A country that is not educated, it might be so difficult to change the mindset of people. I'm not talking to people in Lagos. You need to travel to states like to go to the north, go to some states in southwest. You will see that the large chunk of Nigerian population are not, they don't know anything. They believe they know, they don't know. They rather die than to know. So when you try to make them know, it's a problem. It's a big issue. We need an educated country. If we are not educated as Nigerians, our mind cannot be reformed. Education. That is why I've invested so much in education. She mentioned 60,000. No. If you hear about Global Wealth University in Ghana, Togo, Sierra Leone, if you hear about Pan American College in California, if you hear about South Amazon University in Costa Rica, those colleges belongs to me. And I believe so much in education. That is why I open up those schools to start giving scholarship to black, not just in Nigeria, all over Africa. We have done more than 500,000 scholarships. More than. When ASU was on strike, I made a publication. I said, all schools, all university students on strike, please go to SUSU website, go and register for digital learning, bachelor degree for free, $6,000 waiver. Because of value, I believe if Africans are not educated, that is where our problem starts from. It starts from the man. It starts from the mind. Once we are not educated, our mind is myopic. Once we are not educated, we cannot even make good decisions. We don't know who to lead us. We live too much in darkness that we begin to see. And when we see small, we think we are seeing. Many of you have traveled out of this country. I just came back from Ghana. I told him, I said, I will come for this conference. Countries even in West Africa, go to them, Togo, Benin Republic. Just travel, just cross the border. You will know that we are truly in a big problem in Nigeria. Many people don't even know. Because they are here. When you live too much in Nigeria, you think you start enjoying. I was trying to cross the border. I saw people drinking water from dirty water, and I was almost shedding tears. I said, why? What is happening? And the little girl was laughing. He said, why are you laughing? You know, we are used to poverty. Poverty is not a normal life. That even when you see them and you shed tears for them, they cry for you for crying for them. Say, you know, I'm okay. Why are you crying for me? We must reject it. We must not live in a country where we only have, so someone he said, we only exist, we don't live. We only exist, we don't live. We are tired. We cannot travel through the road, we are tired. There are many people that are more tired than those people you think they are tired. We are tired. I'm not coming out. If I don't become president of Nigeria, I don't have anything to lose. I'm telling you. But we must begin to look at how do we create wealth? How do we make sure that the Nigerian youths, how they have a future and have now? I was given birth to in 1983, where our current president was the head of state. They told us that we are the future of tomorrow. They struggle tomorrow with us today. When is our tomorrow? Where is our tomorrow? Some of us youth have been made to believe that some people are not youth are now the youth. So when I've listened to women who said the problem of women marginalization is other gender. No, the problem of every gender is the gender itself. Because if women support women, women will make progress. Women don't even support women. Youth don't support youth. Our problem is a problem that we don't even know. I'm telling you, we have people who bought party cards, women, a particular woman bought a card to run for presidency in a particular party. I don't want to mention him. She had 0 votes. That party have a woman leader. The woman leader didn't even vote for her. And yet the woman leader will come up and say, women, we are being marginalized. What is our problem? What do we want as a nation? What do we want? There are people out there. When you listen to presidential candidate debate, even you seated down, you will tell yourself that I know something more than even these people. So, but what is stopping you? So we need to, a lot of people, our biggest problem in Nigeria as leaders is that many of our leaders are not educated. Yes. And many of our leaders have what I call poverty mindset. Because it's only poverty that will make you steal and steal what you don't need. Have you seen poor people relocate? Have you seen them? When poor people relocate, so when a poor man relocates, they relocate with more load than a rich person. Because they pack even bottled water, a plastic, drum. They don't want to waste anything. So you might be wealthy, you might have money in your bank account, but you still have a poverty mindset, you are poor. So you see most politicians steal everything, because that is a poor mentality. That is poverty. So we have leaders whose minds are poor. At every opportunity to steal, they steal, even what is not needed by them. How will people look at the country we live in? Stolen over 300 million barrels of oil just within a few years. Pipelines are being built for 9 years and nobody is accountable. In states that you have governors, you have people there, and we say we are running the country. See, let me tell you something. The reason why we say Nigerians are wicked, Nigerians are not wicked. We are good people. But we live in a harsh economy, a harsh ecosystem that only provides 5% of the resources to 95% of the people. While 95% of the resources only goes to 5% of the people. Any ecosystem with scarcity of resources, resources, will become carnivorous. We'll start eating ourselves. So the wickedness, the betrayal you see in Nigeria today is because of strife for survival among 95% of people. Not because we are wicked. Why then is it that when a Nigerian travel to other countries, they become normal? But when they are here, it's because of scarcity. We need to begin to build the middle class. We need to begin to ensure that we have equal opportunity for all. For our children, I'm looking at them while they were up here. I was looking at them while they were up here. I said, what is the future of our children? What is the deliberate effort to building a future for our children? As a country, we must have national economic plan, regardless of the party. For 25 years, whosoever becomes the president must follow this plan. There must be a continuity. Are you aware we have 54,000 abandoned projects in Nigeria? How can we become a production economy when we cannot even produce a single steel? Our steel capacity is 0. You cannot. Your phone, everything is produced through steel. And somebody came up and said, I'm going to make this country a production economy by investing in the vast land in Yobe. And you guys are laughing. That is not how to make a country production economy. In countries like China, look at countries, copy their model. What made them a production economy? What made them the largest industrialized nation in the world? So we must. The first thing poor leaders will do to you is to make sure that you run a country without a system. Poor leaders will ensure that you run a country without a system. They are not going to deliberately build a system for you. That is the biggest challenge we have in Nigeria. We run a country that has no system. Hence, no rule of law, no order. As we speak now, do you know if a Cameroonian want to pick a passport of Nigeria, he will pick it? Can you go to Dubai and get even an Emirates card? Do you know the process? Even in Ghana, for you to get, I'm not supposed to mention the name of country here. We run a country without a system. If you run even a small organization, once it becomes you start multiplying it without a system. In short, we don't have a problem of corruption. Our problem here is a country that runs without a system. Naturally, corruption strive. If we must build a country, we need to get leaders who have technological mind, who understand advanced methodology to begin to build a system that will create an institution for us. Many of you who want to japa said want to japa. By the time you want to japa, even your marriage certificate is not recognized anywhere. They will ask you to go to Ikoyiko. That is the only court in Nigeria that have a database for them to confirm a marriage certificate. A country of 200 million population, in 2050, we might probably become a nation of 1 billion population. Are you aware? What are we planning towards that? Who knows about this? So we must begin to database our country. We must begin to have a data for our people. Nigerians, you don't even know if you're Nigerian. How do you know you're Nigerian? Anybody can become a Nigerian. If you have a family that anybody can become a member of family, without you knowing, you have a problem. That is the country we have. Data is our problem. Many people blame the bank. Oh, we are not able to have access to finances, fund. How even bank, the biggest collateral to anybody that want to lend you money is information. They want to be sure that they know you, they can get you, they know who you are. If we don't have a data as a country, we cannot run a credit economy. We cannot run. We talk about power. What is about power? Nigeria needs 100,000 megawatts of power. We are only able to produce 4,000 megawatts. And nobody is allowing anybody to come in to produce more. It's a cabal system. And the only person that can solve the problem of Nigeria is a man that is neutral, that is not affiliated to the set of those that cause the problem. Our problem are not natural disaster, they are man-made problem. Selecting your next president must not be done by competition. It's not a matter of this is where I am. It's about national development. What is good for our people? Lack of leadership by character and value, leadership that understand international policies like climate change issues we talked about recently. Lack of education to build leaders with knowledge, provision of facilities, lack of unity, peace, and progress. We live in a nation today, in the history of Nigeria has been so much divided. We should remember in years like 1983, countries like Malaysia came to Africa, to Nigeria, to learn oil palm plantation. Today they are the best. Nigeria is nowhere. In 1970s, around 1979 or so, Mandela came to Nigeria to beg for financial support during apartheid. It was supported. But you know, when Nelson Mandela died, no president in Nigeria was invited because of the kind of country we built. In 1970s, Nigerian currency was even 2 times. The dollar was 2 to Nigerian currency. Today, our naira is heading to 800 naira per dollar. Is it more than 800 now? It's 7 something, right? It's going. Maybe before the end of the year. We pray it doesn't get to that level. So we must begin to know. In 1962, when Tafawa Balewa traveled to the US, he was welcomed like a king from a respected country. What has happened to us as a nation? We begin to have leaders that are mediocres, runners, selfish leaders who do not have the interest of the people, but their self-interest. Politicians cannot solve our problem in Nigeria. I'm telling you, yes, I'm a politician now because I'm into election. Please, I've never held a political position, an elected position in my life. I'm coming into politics as a neutral man like many of you who are tired of the state of Nigeria. Who is looking at how do we fix this issue? So look at leaders who have performed very well. Selecting good leaders is very key, and ensuring that we stand by what we know. Leaders who have performed very well, many of them came through out of the political scene, into the political scene to fix this problem. Our major problem as a nation is to build a system. Our major problem as Africa is to build a system and have a database for our citizens so that we can control our activities, we can monitor activities, we cannot even fight security. Are you aware that 1,400 of our borderline are porous, left unguided? Nigeria as a country only guide 84 of its borderline. How do we fight security when we don't even know our people? Since 1960, we have not intentionally built a country. We must begin to build that country. And I believe the generation whose responsibility now to build this country is our generation. There must be an intentional migration of leadership to our generation. We are the one that is going to correct the mess that have been caused by past leaders. We are the one. And it's not just about presidency alone. It's about all strata of leadership. If we continue this system we have, even me or anybody, nobody can fix this country, even an angel cannot. What we must do is to build a system that is bigger than any individual. That is what we must do. And I believe by so doing, African continent will begin to have the right leaders to take us to our destination. God bless you. Thank you so much.
Thank you. A round of applause for him. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Just as a way of reintroduction, we just heard from Professor Christopher Emumolen. He is a presidential candidate of the Accord Party for the 2023 presidential election. A round of applause once again. It takes courage to dare, and a desire to be an anchor for change, to be able to contest at the presidential level. So I enjoin all of us to please take his words to heart and also act on them. And I hope we have our PVCs. People believe that we are the audio generation, the social media generation, but we hope we are able to shock the old order by February. So please, let's also have our PVCs to do our civic duties. Thank you.
Okay, as we all know that today wouldn't be possible without the help and support of partners and sponsors. And this morning, we would like to recognize our premium sponsor, Sanildan Properties Limited, inspiring affordable luxury. We want to appreciate you this morning. Thank you for your support and being a partner of this event, making it possible for today to be possible. Thank you so much.
Yes, we'll be hearing from them at some point at the event. And also, please, during the exhibition, we encourage you to go by, I believe, the left side of the hall and look at what they have to offer and the other businesses that are affiliated with the event. Thank you.
All right, we would like you to know that this event is being streamed live, and we say a beautiful shout out to our online viewers on Facebook. Please, can we give them a round of applause to let them know that we love them, and we recognize this morning our Facebook viewers, YouTube viewers, Instagram. Thank you so much for being a part of this event.
Thank you. We also want to tell us something. It's an option to function. We noticed that some of us have been a bit unruly or a bit unsettled. We just want to re-emphasize there's a difference between time wasted and time invested. We believe the hours you will spend here, is indeed time invested and can redefine your life going forward. So we encourage you, sit down and don't go down. Give us some hours of your time. Listen to the speakers, the panelists, and all. Let's have a more orderly system in the hall, and let's move this nation to the place we desire it to be. Thank you. So please, that's one. And on that basis, again, as you know, presidential aspirants do not have time. Some of us know of presidential aspirants that in the morning, they are in Kano, in the afternoon, they are in Kaduna, in the evening, they are in Lagos. And the presidential aspirant and leader, and also a noble prof who spoke to us, runs that kind of schedule. So we think we do not want to hold him beyond normal, and we just want to say a few words to him. And the Future Leadership Conference, led by Ambassador Mark Idahi, has a symbol of thanksgiving and a token and a gift to give to him. So once more, Prof, we advise and we suggest and we claim and we request that you come on stage on this behalf and on this purpose. A round of applause for him, please.
Thank you, sir.
You can do much more better than that, trust me. I want to celebrate you, sir. I'm so excited listening to you speak. You know, I'm a young man, and to see a young person aspiring to be the president of our great nation is something that we should celebrate. And on this auspicious occasion of the 7th edition, we'd love to present this to you as a token of our appreciation on behalf of the organizing committee of the Future Leadership Conference. Thank you so very much. He also has something he wants to present. Yeah, amazing. Let's celebrate him. Yes. Now, the symbolism and the inspiration behind this is that as you've graced, we don't just invite anybody. We are very mindful of the people we choose to associate with, because we understand that transformation transformation is birthed by association. So having graced our platform to speak to us, we look forward to seeing you becoming a more impactful leader. I want to be able to associate with you more and more. Thank you so very much for the honor. We are grateful, sir. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Indeed, you're worthy of recognition. This morning, once again, I would like to recognize the presence of businessmen in this auditorium. Like I said earlier, it's an honor to be in the midst of thought leaders, big people, and I'm talking about businessmen, not just students. We have consultants in this auditorium. Please, you can help me applaud that. We have professionals, we have politicians, we have academias, we have journalists, we have CEOs of organizations, we have directors of organizations seated here, and we are also honored to have captains of industries and many more in our midst this morning. A round of applause once again for every one of you giving us your time today, and we assure you that we have lots more value to dish out to you.
Thank you. We've also gotten a feedback. We've also gotten a feedback to manage time more properly, because we've noticed we have people in the audience that have a lot of questions to ask our speakers. So on that basis, we would also be rationing time to attune to the current realities we find ourselves, to ensure that the speakers do not just speak to us, but they also answer to your very peculiar concerns for leadership and also the economy. At this moment, we would like to head on to the next speaker, who is speaking to us from the different side of the Atlantic. I believe he's talking to us from Canada, and it's going to be very brief and concise. You know, he wants to talk to us about leadership, talk to us about what he has done and what he will continually do. A lot of us know his face. If you're very active on social media, if you're an impact leader, if you're a change maker, you will know that the name Jamil Pajol needs no introduction. Some of us will also recognize that recently, a few months ago, he did a very power-packed event southeast of the Niger that has changed the entire ecosystem there and beyond. So before he speaks to us very briefly, I believe we have his profile that will be rendered to us for us to really understand the depth of his impact and also the width of his reach. Thank you. Leader. He is the president of the Legislative Leadership Education Canada and also the CEO of Vantage Group, a multi-million investment company comprising of Vantage Heights Capital, Vantage Canadian College, Vantage Studios, Vantage Consulting, Vantage Certifications, etc. He is the recipient of the State of Michigan Leadership Award in the United States of America, and has also been a delegate to the President Bill Clinton program in the US. He is an international keynote speaker and has delivered speeches at various locations, inclusive but not restricted to Johns Hopkins University, Carroll Business School, the U.S. Embassy Abuja, and the World Bank Summit. As we said earlier, he needs no introduction. Do make welcome with a round of applause no other person but Jamil Pajol. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Awesome. Thank you so much. And ladies and gentlemen, please, if you can hear me, I just want you to give someone a high five. Give someone sitting beside you a high five. All right. If you can hear me, just take a moment and do that. Now, I am so excited to be with you today. And thank you so much, my brother, the host. Thank you so much for this invitation. I honestly wanted to be with you, but apparently my flight to Nigeria has been scheduled for next week. I wish I'm there live with you. But of course, I do believe that when it has to do with impact, impact can be made from anywhere in the world. And which is one of the things that I want to be able to speak with you today, right? The subject of leadership, conference, and all of that, it's something that excites me so much, especially when it has to do, please, I will need someone to just make sure that you are hearing me so that I know when I'm supposed to adjust my mic or whatever. Can you hear me, please? Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay, awesome. So my name is Jamie Padua, as rightly said, and my work cuts across leadership, development, and this is something that I do across the world. It is something that I'm excited doing. In the last 10 years, I've trained over 10,000 professionals across different part of the world and also including Nigeria. Just like my brother said, in August, I was in Nigeria and we hosted about 3,000 people in the Imo State for JPI Annual Leadership Conference. The topic that I've been asked to share with you today is something that is very, very important. And I believe and I can see young people in that room. And you know, one thing about young people, that anywhere we are, there is so much energy. Please, if you're a youth in that place, I need you to give me a shout. Awesome. Now, we are talking about youth participation in governance, youth participation in leadership, youth participation in politics, and how that can facilitate in driving the economy. It might interest you to know that my journey is quite an interesting one. Having been born in a family of 7, where feeding was by faith. You know, I grew up from the age of 10. My dad and my mom had issues, so the family separated. So you have the Chelsea family and the Man U family. It was such an interesting upbringing because at the age of 10, I was exposed to hawking in the street. I started selling garden egg. You know, I remember vividly from school, primary school then, once it's after the school is over, we would go to the market and then I would package the garden egg. And then there is this friend of mine, sadly, I will always have to pass their house in order for me to go to where I need to go and sell my product. And then they will always come out in front of the corridor and watch me shout, "Buy garden egg." Now, one of the things that you must understand as a young person, that in your journey of life, as you aspire to grow, you must be unashamed. Irrespective of where you're coming from, especially for those of you that you truly know that you're from that humble background, you must not be ashamed of where you are, but you must be always having that drive to be able to aspire for more. So my journey for leadership started at that age of 10. You know, why to me then people thought I was selling just garden egg, but they didn't know that I was mastering one of the skills that is in high demand in the world today, which is the ability to articulate your thought effectively and being able to convey your message to the world. And today I am using my voice to be able to spread the gospel of leadership, politics, and governance across the world. Youth's participation in leadership to me, or in governance or in politics, is not just an agenda. It's not just something that we just have to talk about. It's not just a topic. Globally, you have young people leading change in different spaces of positions. To me, I've been privileged. I was once invited at the African Union to address the leader. You know, that was my first time of traveling outside of Nigeria. And then, of course, it was such an awesome opportunity. And then again, I was invited to be able to speak at the World Youth Summit. But most importantly is that those things that happened in the past, they were like a pathway towards where I need to go, and which is a journey that you and I must undertake if we truly want to be able to participate. When I hear things that young people deserve a chance, young people need to be given an opportunity, and I tell you, shut up. Because nobody gives you an opportunity. You have to tell the world that you are ready for it, and you have to also to be able to contest in order to have it. I live in Canada, and I get so annoyed when I hear things like Black Life. I'm like, do somebody need to come and tell you, or do you need somebody to come and give you a special seat? When you are loaded, you'll be needed. There is no platform on earth. There's no platform on earth that anybody, be you pink, white, black, or color, you can intimidate me. Because when I show up with authority. I show up to prove the stuff that I'm made of. So as young people, you must understand that preparation is what is required for us to be able to participate. For someone like me, I'm a visionary leader. And I have seen the future. And guess what? I am preparing myself every day, day by day, in order to meet that expectation. So traveling around the world and speaking on the subject of leadership is something that excites me so much. And it's something that I wanted to excite you. But here is the key. The country we live in, Nigeria, as of today, it's in need of young people, not just young people because you are young, but young, credible, influential, powerful young leaders. So when you think about youth participation in leadership, I want you to see that young person who is not just young and crying for people to give them power, but we are talking about dynamic young people who have prepared themselves, who are ready, who have equipped themselves. Because the stage is where we perform, it is not where we prepare. As someone, I consider myself to be a future legislator because I love policy making. Policy affects and determines how much we buy food. Policy determines and changes everything. And I happen to live in a country where I've seen good policies changing things. And so, having seen that, what the future looks like for me, that was how I went and I started Legislative Leadership Education Canada as a platform that will not just help me to get into that position of power, but to also groom young leaders who are interested in policy makers. So connecting the dots here is a man who has seen something and who is already putting system and structure in place in order to help him to get to that point. Are you following me? So when we talk about youth participation in leadership, because I'm seeing some people here, young men who are dressed in suits, the type that I would like to speak to. But here is the key. Even in secondary school where you are, I need you to know there's something called student leadership. Which means that right from where you are, you are already taking some leadership role. You are already positioning yourself right from that secondary school. Because guess what? The dots, a great mentor told me this. He said the dots will always connect. And when they connect, it will connect backward. What that simply means is that tomorrow when you get to a place of power and somehow you're wondering, how did we arrive here? When you connect the dots, you will connect it to those things as that you were even doing even when you were in secondary school. So that is why you must not joke with the things that you are doing today. That is why you must see the need for you to also to be able to prepare yourself. It was in 2016, I was invited by President Bill Clinton and Hillary Clinton. And then it was at that event that it dawned on me that I was not invited here because I was young, but because I was found credible, but because I had a message that required people to listen and to hear me. So the word is not going to give you, listen, the word is not going to give you a space just because you're a young person. But when you find your place, the word will give you a space. That's the way it works anywhere in the world. So youths can participate in politics, not through agonizing, but by organization. By you organizing yourself, by you preparing yourself, by putting system and structures and core values around your life in such a way that when there is a need, when you see an opportunity to participate, people would not just consider you just because you're a young person, but because you have what it takes. In the last 15 years of my life, guess what I've been doing? Preparation. I've always imagined, what does it mean like to work with the President of the United States? What does it mean like to work in the office of the Prime Minister of Canada? And that's where I'm going. That's where I'm going. And that's what's going to happen. I remember a few years ago telling a friend of mine, and I said, then I will always, you see this? Let me show you this. The reason I have this in my office is not because just for fancy, but there's something it does to the mind. And every day I look at this word. I started doing this even as far back as 10 years ago, 10 to 15 years ago. I always play around country flags. So when you see me having this here, it's not because it's nice, it's just fine. And every time I look at it, I tell myself, you are a global personality. So there are some things that you have to do today in order to intentionally position yourself. I live in Canada, but I command influence in Nigeria. I command influence in my state. I command influence in my village. Yet I am sitting here in Canada. And someone was wondering, how did this guy who lived in Canada came to Imo State and shut down the whole state? And I told him one thing. I didn't just arrive. I have been there. You are just seeing me now. I didn't just show up from anywhere. I have been there. There were days of little beginning. Those days where we will be doing things and other people thought that we were joking, but they didn't know that a gold must have to pass through process in order to become a product. So I want to leave you with a simple message today. If you must function effectively in this dispensation that we are into, then you better know that we are late. And so therefore, individually, you must begin to brace up. and find your space. When you find your space, give it all it takes. And I say this to you, any money that leaves your pocket and goes into developing your mind should never be treated as an expense, but as an investment. Any money that leaves your pocket and goes into you developing your mind, never see that as an expense. Treat it as an investment, because every investment must have what is called return on investment. There were those years when I used to beg people to give me a platform to speak for free. Today, people beg me to speak for a fee. It's just the way it works. It's a process of seed time and harvest time. But when you miss your planting season, it means you will have an empty basket. That's not the kind of life you want to live for yourself. The time we are into, the country Nigeria is in dear need of not just leaders, because I hardly find inspirational leaders or politicians in Nigeria. There are some, but the goal is not to become a leader. The goal is to become that leader that is inspiring, that can communicate hope, that can give people a reason, a meaning to live. Like I always tell people in the business world, so the goal is not to become a businessman or woman. The goal is to become a business leader. The goal is not to be successful. The goal is to ensure that when you are successful, you also create a platform that will make other people great. There are billionaires in Nigeria, but not all billionaires are inspiring billionaires. There are leaders, but not all leaders are inspiring leaders. So the leaders that I am advocating for you to become is that leader that has credibility, competency, character, charisma, courage, because everything you need to do that you truly desire is on the other side of fear. So as young people, you must understand that preparation is key. I have been preparing for more than 15 years and I am not yet done. So friends, this leadership conference is an invitation for you to know that we don't have time. Because when opportunity will come, it will not give you time to prepare. That's why you need to prepare now. It is my honest expectation and desire that everybody in that room become not just successful, but significant. But just like the academic system, people are being admitted, but everybody must apply that level of intentionality and work towards graduation. Which means that we must position ourselves in order to become relevant. I travel around the world and I see young people driving change. And of course, I must say that there are millions of young people in Nigeria who are leading change. And I want you to take a moment and just clap for them, even if you don't know them. There are a lot of young people in that country that are doing amazing work. And some of you are one of them. And so we must continue to celebrate those who are working daily, tirelessly, both from the entertainment industry. You know, sometimes I look at these people, these guys in the entertainment industry, the content creation, and I see what they're doing, those in the tech space, and I see what they're doing, and I see how the whole world is coming to Nigeria looking for tech solutions to invest in and to buy. And I look at in the arts sector, in the educational sector, we young people were doing extremely well. But we can do more. And in order for us to do more, we must prepare. We must put in that extra effort so that we will not just exist, but to truly live. And at the end of the day, the goal is to leave a legacy. One of the things that I am working for tirelessly is to get to a point where my name, Jamie Pajuel, will be the only profile CV that I will have. And it means that that name will have to drive impact, influence, and the last and very importantly, income. Ladies and gentlemen, I want to truly, truly let you know that my heart is with you and our brother over there who has put this program together. Please, ladies and gentlemen, please, can you take a moment and appreciate him, right? It's not easy to pull this kind of crowd together. It's not easy. I do programs and I know what it takes to be able to bring people together. And I hope that one day, even as you go back to your individual, to your location, you begin to think of one thing. How do I position myself strategically? I'll leave you with a story that you already, probably some of you, I mean, you know about spider. And sometimes you finish building your house and then you're wondering, you wake up one morning and just see spider somewhere enjoying your AC. And you're asking yourself, how did this cobweb form here? It took me months to study spider. And I realized there's something about spider that has to do with strategic positioning. And you must understand, as a young person, you must be strategic if you want to get to a place of power. After the almighty power, the next is political power. And we must find ourselves in that place of power. Remember, the goal is not to be powerful, just to be in the position of power, but the goal is to use that position and drive sustainable growth. Because when you lose the essence of power, then you will become powerful, F-O-O-L. But when you add meaning to power, you become powerful, F-U-L. And that's the kind of leader that I aspire, that I am working towards to, that I want you to be. Thank you so much, and God bless you all. I wish you all the best. And I hope that one day, sometime, somewhere, we will meet again. And when we meet again, you will not be small, but you will be great. Come on, I want you to say with me, I will be great. Thank you so much, everybody, and God bless you all.
Hi, I am Jamie Pajuel, a global leadership and a business trainer. When your business has hit a plateau and your people are suffering from sameness, same skills, same structure, same system, and same strategy, you need to radically shift their behavior to improve performance. As a leadership and a business expert, I have the requisite experience and the pedigree required for designing, implementing, and managing training programs which fosters human capital development. I incorporate real case studies and practical applications needed for developing leadership competencies, personal effectiveness, and driving organizational growth and success.
Register now.
Are we getting value this, is this the morning or afternoon? Are we getting value this afternoon? Tell somebody, I will be great. Now, leaders knows that there is power in the words of affirmation. So when you're saying those words, do not just say it for saying sake. Say it because you mean it and you know it will come to pass. I will be great. Thank you so much for responding. As we go further in today's event, we'd like you to know that at this point, We'll be having a democracy. People who have proven themselves in their various spheres and various endeavors. The first panelists, in no particular order, please, if they are here, I would like to invite them. We have Professor F.M. Obi. I'm sorry if I didn't get that right. If he's around, please, could you approach this part of the auditorium? Next on our panel, we have Mr. Johnson Abali. We have Mr. Gorilla Erogbo. I'm so sorry. We have Ego Boyo. And this morning, oh, you're welcome, sir. Okay, that'll be fine, sir. You're welcome, sir. All right, this is Mr. Johnson Abali. Thank you so much for clapping for him. And our panel moderator this afternoon is Pastor Moses Jim Lawson. He is an agribusiness consultant and advocate of the farmer, brand strategist, and media practitioner cum consultant. He is the publisher of Agribusiness Times and founder and promoter of the International Conference and Expo on Research and Innovations in Africa. With over 20 years of experience in media practice, Jim Lawson is an alumnus of two most prestigious institutions of media and communication in Nigeria. I would like you to put your hands together for that. The Nigerian Institute of Journalism and Pan-Atlantic University, Lagos. Mr. Moses believes, yes, that's Mr. Moses. He believes there is nothing wrong with the black man. Do you agree with that? Is there anything wrong with the black man? Are you proud to be a black man? Excellent. He is the editor-in-chief of the African Future Leadership magazine. And today we are honored to have this gentleman as the moderator of today's panel discussion. Sit back, relax, learn, and take notes. Over to you, sir.
Thank you so much for having me. I must say that I am highly honored to be here. Distinguished speakers and panelists, and esteemed participants, please put your hands together for yourselves. For making our time to be here truly means you want to be change agents, because we have to change the narrative. Mr. Johnson Erogbo is supposed to be here. He was here a while ago. But while we wait for him to join us, let me briefly tell us about Mr. Johnson Abali. He is the chief executive of Light Fieldhouse International and lead consultant for Abali 1540 Consulting, which provides bespoke workforce training for firms that hire millennials. He is the president of the Successor Generation Consortium. The SGC is a community of young professionals who collaborate and share resources to help raise the next generation of leaders in Africa across 15 sectors. He is the founder and coordinator of the Elite Smartan program. The program is a talent pipeline accelerator that identifies exceptional talent from high school, aggregates them in ecosystems, and supports their group until they achieve future-ready skills as graduation from high school. Please put your hands together once again for Mr. Johnson Abali. While we wait for Mr. Erogbo to join us, there are a few clips I want us to go through this afternoon to set the tone for this discussion. Are you with me, sir? Okay. And the topic for our discussion, as mentioned earlier, is the challenges of Africa's democracy. Africa happens to be the mother of modern civilization. But how come other countries are getting it right and we are still where we are, grappling with poor leadership? What are the challenges? Those are issues we'll be examining this afternoon. And so part of such challenges are what we've gotten here. Ivory Coast President pardons predecessor Gbagbo to boost social cohesion. Some of us may be aware of what happened in Ivory Coast some years back. Please, the next. But this is one of the most disturbing one. Equatorial Guinea's Obiang, Africa's longest serving president, to seek a new term. After spending about 42 years in power. He's 80 at the moment, as you can see. The next one, sir. Yes, he's 43. He has been in office for 43 years. Then this takes us to Kenya. We are aware of what is going on in Kenya now. There's a new leadership. The government in power thought they could do the usual thing to perpetrate themselves in power. But a young man from nowhere, without the backing of the government, took the bull by the horn and is now the president. So there are key lessons to learn from the Kenya experience. The next one, sir. Coup d'etat attempt in Guinea-Bissau. Go ahead, sir. And that's the Kenyan president, Ruto, sworn in. Another one. Burkina Faso coup. Another, sir. William Ruto, can you imagine he rose from being a chicken seller to becoming a president? Is that possible in Nigeria? But can that be achieved now? With you, is it possible? I like that. Is that all? So, Mr. Irogbobo, are you back? Okay, in the absence of Mr. Irogbobo, would Bali will just take the next discussion and do all the discussions together right here, pending when he joins us on stage. Please, I have the pleasure to invite Dr. Lucy Sohail Newman. Are you here, madam? Please join us. Yes. Please put your hands together for Dr. Lucy. Dr. Newman is an international consultant and policy advisor with almost 4 decades of working experience. She has a high reputation for success at aligning mandates, strategy, structure, policies, platforms, people, and systematic culture for outstanding systematic impact. Her experience covers the private, public, and non-profit sectors in Nigeria with vast professional and private international travel. She has proven success in developing progressive relationships across entities, aligning strategy, structure, people, policies, and systems to optimize individual, organizational, and systematic performance in executive, non-executive, and advisory roles. She has a doctorate degree in business administration from University of Phoenix, Arizona, USA. An MBA and a BSc in Business Administration from Ahmadu Bello University, Nigeria, and an International Director, certification in corporate governance from INSEAD Business School in Fontainebleau. Please permit me, I'm sure I didn't get that right. And that is in France. She is a certified performance technologist of the International Society for Performance Improvement and has served as an international director on the global board of ISPI, representing members in over 48 countries from 2012 to 2014. Please put your hands together once again for Dr. Newman. You're welcome, madam. So sorry I had to do what I just did. We don't have enough time to keep our esteemed participants waiting for too long. We discovered that Mr. Erogbogbo is not here and we couldn't continue with that discussion. But as soon as he joins us, we'll delve into that discussion. So without further ado, may I please also invite So I also have the pleasure to invite for this discussion Engineer Praquins Irabor. Are you here, sir? Put your hands together for Engineer Praquins Irabor. Praquins Irabor is a current registered mechanical engineer, a member of the Nigerian Society of Engineers, a registered cost engineer, and a coordinator of the Institute of Appraisals and Cost Engineers, IACE. He is a fellow of the Institute of Management Consultant Nigeria and a certified management consultant. He is also a member of the Nigerian Institute of Management. He is a microfinance certified member of the Chartered Institute of Bankers, CIBN, and has been serving as a Holt Price judge since 2017. Praquins is currently the regional manager of Bank of Industry Limited, South Regional Office, with over 16 years experience as a development banker. In this capacity, he is responsible for deepening the bank's developmental mandates across the 6 brace states of the South region through business development support and funding of micro, small, and medium enterprises, MSMEs, that are into value-adding activities and businesses. Please put your hands once again for Engineer Praquins. We are honored to have you, sir. And the third person I will be inviting up here today is Mrs. Abimbola Adebakin. That is too poor for her because I understand she has been with this right from inception, if I'm right. Welcome, madam. Abimbola Adebakin is a certified performance technologist, a pharmacist, management consultant, and tech innovator who is keen to drive performance improvement in the African healthcare system. She is the founder CEO of Advantage Health Africa, Powering My Pharmacy, franchise pharmacy chain plus pharmacy resource center, medicines, last mile tech enabled access to medication, my labs promoting molecular diagnosis services, My Advantage, solving health affordability issues via a community as a service, as well as a pharmaceutical sales and marketing distribution venture. Time will not permit me to go deeper into her profile, but please put your hands together for her. We are glad to have you, madam. Without further ado, may I mention what they shall be discussing this afternoon. We shall be talking about the unemployability of the Nigerian graduates, causes, consequences, and solutions. This is going to be a joint panel discussion, and so we'll also touch on the first topic that we're supposed to handle first, which is the challenges of Africa's democracy. So I would like us to start with the challenges of Africa's democracy, or which do we start with? Oh, great. So we start with the challenges of Africa's democracy. We've seen a few slides that were shown here, how an 80-year man wants to get back to for the 6th time, and there are other numerous issues. I quite believe that there is nothing wrong with the black man, because the black man leaves the shores of Nigeria. He does exceptionally well outside here. What do we think are the challenges? I would like to start from you, sir.
Okay, thank you. For a moment, I was afraid I would be staying here all by myself. Looked like it was a photo shoot at some point. All right, let me welcome everybody. I'm Johnson Abali. Is the problem plenty? I think we have not understood democracy yet. And that is where the fundamental problems come from. Now, to help us understand that just a little bit, let me just, in 2 minutes, break this down. In design thinking, it is believed that design reveals function. So if you look at how something is designed, you are able to tell what the function is. If you look at man, if you look at the biology of the human being, take the brain, for instance. We have over 100 billion cells capable of 100 trillion neural cell connections. That is massive. That's design. Man has nearly 36 trillion cells in his body. And each cell has 0.07 volts of electricity. If you combine all of that, you have nearly 26 trillion volts of pure electric power running through your system. Now, what that tells you is that that's your design. The question now becomes, what is the function of a design like that? It tells you that the most powerful resource on earth is the what? The human being. And so what democracy is designed to do is to put together a system that allows the people who are entrusted with power to build structures that allow all the millions of people so endowed to unlock their potential. That's what politics is about. That is why Japan could tell you on the anniversary of the 60th bombing of Hiroshima, the premier of Japan said these words. He said, if the world plans to bomb Japan again, give us notice so that we'll move all the Japanese out and then you can blow the place apart. And then we'll move the Japanese back in, and in 2 decades, we'll be top 5 economy in the world again. Because the wealth of Japan is not in the ground. It is in the people. So they recognize that, so they use the tool of political power to provide enablement to ensure that their people are able to unlock their resources. All right, we have moved from geographical wealth, we have now come to anthropological wealth, where the wealth of any nation is traceable to their people. So until we understand that that is the real reason you have politics, where you are able to build a kind of structure that allows, look at this hall right now. Probably you have 1,000, 2,000 people here. And if I were to lead this place, I'll be asking myself, how do I unlock the cerebral capacity of 1,000, 2,000 young people so that we are able to leverage the resources that we have and take it forward? Politics fails because we're not able to leverage the people. We just think it is maybe a show for a few persons. No, it's not. Let me tell you how wealthy Nigeria is and why democracy must be brought back to its primary function. When Dr. Obi Ezekwesili was made Minister for Solid Minerals, when they took her from due process to solid minerals, she did a roadshow in 36 states. In all those 36 states, she published the hard mineral profile of every single state. I challenge everybody to go and take a look at that document. Every state had sufficient mineral deposits that could make it a sub-regional economy. Every single one of the 36 states. But what happened? Politics happened. We are unable to deploy the resources of our people to transform what is on the ground into a product that can position us globally. That is what other countries are doing well. The magic or the miracle in Dubai is nothing more than a sensible application of political power. Something that we have consistently failed to deal with. So Nigeria has become a country that is highly resourceful and poor at the same time because the people who go into political power think it is for private enrichment rather than for the good of the people. Now, do you know that Nigeria, Ghana, and Cote d'Ivoire combined, those three countries, produce more than 80% of the cocoa used on earth to produce chocolate? More than 20%, 80%. Meanwhile, the whole of Africa does not benefit more than 5% of the total $100 billion chocolate market. Why? We don't have the resources to translate cocoa into chocolate. Isn't that amazing? We are the largest producers of tomatoes on the continent. We do 150 million metric tons of tomatoes every single year. We also realize that we nearly lose 900,000 metric tons between the market and the farm. It's all gone because the entire value chain required to drive it is absent. Political leadership has failed again. And guess what happened? Our friends from Asia help us to import what they call tomato concentrate. And then we're able to do Gino and all the sachet that we have. So Nigeria became, at the same time, the largest producers of tomatoes and also the largest net importer of tomato concentrates. One same country. This is how we continue to fail. Meanwhile, we have a robust young generation. Nearly 60% of the population is under the age of 25. Can you imagine that? And if you ever look at the whole country, you will find one truth, and that is the fact that anything that works in Nigeria is being managed by young people. Anything. It doesn't matter what it is. I mean, look at entertainment. We are now winning Grammys because young people are leading that front. Look at financial technology. Young people are leading that. And as a matter of fact, Nigeria is second only to Egypt in terms of how much funding we have been able to attract into the fintech space. You understand what I'm saying? Check all the other sectors that are really not working. You realize young people are absent. So that tells you something, that we are now at a bridge where we now need to make the right decisions about how do we go forward to position this country. It comes down to fixing politics, getting democracy correctly, making sure that we are putting the right leaders who understand that the wealth of a nation is not in the ground. It is in the people. And I hope that sets the tone for us as we start to discuss policies and democracy in Africa. Thank you.
Thank you. Please, you can clap more. Yes, Doctor, do you see, do you have a deviation from what he has said? Yes. What I want to say is, what would be your own thoughts towards what is responsible for where we are?
Okay. I'd like to take another spin on the psyche of the African. Until we have the citizens coming to a self-realization of their rights and their privileges as a human being. Our psyche has been so bastardized by the effect of slavery, and there's a conditioning that we need to pay obeisance to certain authorities and be silent, and that is being good. So we would get democracy right when the because I pay taxes, I can talk to the policeman if he's not doing his job because his salary is coming from my taxes. And if I'm a citizen, I know my rights as a citizen. However, as long as people do not have their personal dignity, self-awareness, and rights and privileges, they can be subject to abuse. But abuse will end the day the person realizes whom the person is. And it starts from the home. As parents, we teach our children. I remember me growing up, my father used to tell me, hey, princess, you're my princess. If you do something, a princess is not supposed to behave like that. So you have this visual image, you need to always present yourself in that mode. Also, as a young man, you are made to understand that you're supposed to be responsible. You're a gentleman. For instance, I had the privilege of being in Israel earlier this year for 10 years. I ask a lot of questions. I'm a consultant and I'm interested in people. So I watch people and I ask questions. And I saw the Jewish men wearing their white shirts, and the shirts have 4 strings on the edges. And I asked, why are you wearing that? They said, that is the part of the Hebrew culture that the shirt is white. I said, why 4 strings? Why not 6? Why not 2? They said the white shirt is to make you remember that you're close to God. You need to be pure in heart, pure in thinking, good conduct. And the 4 strings is that it's in 4 directions, north, east, south, west. That in all these directions, you should show the same behavior. And it is applicable to boys from age 3. What came to my mind is, wow, all those bad guys in the street, you know, if you had this conditioning from age 3, what kind of an adult are you going to be? You would want to stand up straight. You want to be responsible. Where what you are, this way is what you are going to be, this way and that way. Another one, I had the privilege of going to Malaysia. And I learned that in their schooling system, by the time a child is 6 to 10, you know your rights under the Constitution, you know how to treat the earth, how to talk to each other, and how not to disrespect your behaviors. We have also seen in Japan, young children know how to do all these things. So if we get back to that level, and I will show you, this is our mentality of feeling inferior. I was in a program at a conference, and I was going around at tea break, and I was talking to everybody. And one American lady was looking at me, and she was quite excited by how I was conducting myself. She came and met me and said, hello, are you from here? I said, yes. He said, which state do you live? I said, I'm from here. He said, what part of the US are you from? I said, I'm a citizen of planet Earth. Is this not Earth? I happen to come from Africa. My house is in Lagos, but I am a citizen of the earth. Her face turned red because she felt I was conducting myself as if, I said, I'm the daughter of the Most High. My father owns the whole world. The world is his garden. So wherever I go, I'm a princess. You know, so, but so many of us, when we don't have that thinking, somebody can give you 5,000 and you will take it and go and vote for that person. If you are hungry, you have not eaten, you have that personal dignity. When that person gives you that thing, you know that you're going to sell your conscience. You would rather starve because of that honor and dignity. That's why there are some tribes here. You know, I'm from the north. There are some things that you will tell Malam to come and do. Malam will say, if you want to kill me, I will not do that. Because they have a sense of pride, hierarchy, and all that. So we need to build our citizens to know that being a human being is a privilege and a right. You have a right to breathe air. All of us are breathing here. He doesn't have more quantity of air than myself. It's proportion of our nose. So everybody is the same. All of us were in school. We have some bullies, right? We have some people that bully us, right? We went to university. We have some people who want to take more. We have some cultures in Nigeria where they say the boy has more, the lady has less. But the reality is we're all human beings. We're all born equal. And then we have privileges that God has given us. It's our own given right. Don't take it from anybody. You don't have a right to take it from another person. And don't give anybody a right to take it from you. When we get to that situation, then democracy would work. But until then, even if you have the systems, even if you have one particular leader, but that leader is not empowering, even if you're in an organization and you don't make each person in that organization to feel important, from gate man to the chief executive, then you have not started. Because everybody wants to be recognized, everybody wants to be appreciated, and when they do a good job, you acknowledge it. Even this, our young man that has been with us since morning, tying his wrapper, climbing up, you know, he's doing a good job. Can we appreciate him? You know, he's our VVIP this morning. So when we get to that situation, then people can step forward, express themselves. We can hold our leaders accountable. Until we do that, we're just talking.
Thank you so much. You can do better than that. You are future leaders, and I know you came here with so much expectation. From what I heard you talked about earlier on in the morning. So I will crave your indulgence to be more attentive. What you're going to learn from this discourse today, nobody's going to take it from you. And these are the atoms that you need to use in building your leadership, leadership capability and capacity, and also to add up to your total person. So please pay attention. Engineer, sorry, before I come to you, our mothers have to speak first. It doesn't have to be male or men first. Thank you. So what do you think are the actual challenges why we have the same set of people perpetrating? Those are some of the challenges of democracy. We've also had people, ballot box snatching. We've also seen how elections are done in other climes in a very more or less a seamless manner. Is it difficult for us to sit in the comfort of our homes and vote for the right person? Do we actually see that as a challenge in Africa's democracy? Madam, please, what do you think are the challenges?
Thank you very much. I will speak to some of what you've said, but certainly not all. Good afternoon, everyone. I think before I go on, I need to, first of all, pay homage to my boss. So I will not deviate. I will not lose your question. But I'm more than honored to be on a panel with someone who has brought me up. Dr. Lucy Newman, madam, please. I don't know how, fate worked it out, but I run my business today. I conduct my life today, not even just my life, my family, my staff, everything around me because of 8 years of tutelage that I got just observing Dr. Lucy Newman as the MD of where I worked. My whole trajectory changed when she came into FITC then, and she identified the leaders, and she had an internal resolve that she would promote from within. She would enhance what is inside. And all of what she said here is true. That's how she has managed. I think that too many of us believe what is not from people who don't have what, to demonstrate and show. So I'll come to that. In 2010, I was the first of 6 leaders to go for a training in Belgium. Till today, that training changed who I was. I was very determined, very bullish, very aggressive. That training showed me, look, every human being you encounter has strengths and limitations. Everyone. You might have encountered a person at the point of strength, so you like. Or you might have encountered the person at the point of a limitation, so you dislike. But quite honestly, we all come with strengths and limitations. Just that insight has profoundly changed how I lead teams, how I build an organization, and even how I speak to my son. Hold on, please, hold on. I think, taking from what you've said, Ma, did I expect you to say that? But I think that if Nigerians will recognize that all of us in Nigeria, we all have strengths and we all have limitations, we will understand that democracy is simply a platform and is a system for us to harness that strength. So when you have a leader that is divisive, that comes to tell you, don't go there because those people are bad, he's simply playing on your intelligence. He's simply playing on something called divide and rule. He's playing on ignorance. And we see it play out not just at national levels, even in teams. Try and start up a new team. You say, oh, we're here to set up the Christmas party. So we're to organize the Christmas event for the organization. So a team of 7 people will organize. One person was appointed as leader. Sooner or later, you will find storming. True or false? Why is this woman the leader? She's even not the most senior. She's short. She's Yoruba. Look at her. When we're talking, she looks us in the eyes. Whatever, we will find a point of difference to knock her off. Guess what? It happens in the larger society. This person is from the north, or this person is a technocrat. They don't know politics. This person, we find reasons for difference. When instead, we should find reason for what? Coming together, unity. Whoever is going to lead us, and I say, he will not work alone, so I don't vote for that one strong man. Instead, I'm voting for someone who will tell me that Nigerians as Nigeria are strong. Someone who will tell me to respect the man from Bayelsa because he is a Nigerian and is a bona fide citizen. Someone who would tell me that I have what it takes to lead Africa and sell me a vision. I'm not voting someone who will build another hospital because government really has no business in business. Instead, I want someone who will be in power, who will tell me, Abimbola, come and build for us the biggest pharmaceutical industry because we need you. And I will make it possible for you to thrive. That's the kind of person I'm looking for. And if I find that the supply side that I need is in Niger State, and the people there are able to work, I should be enabled to go and plant it in Niger. But this politics of division, this politics of looking down at people, it's a divisive divisive method that has worked over and over and over. And honestly, it's not about age. Please stop fighting the aged. They have wisdom for us to learn from. It really isn't about ethnicity. It isn't even about, let us put the youth. Because if the youth go with the same mentality, we're going to have the same thing over. What I want is someone who believes that Nigeria is a viable entity and then shares with us a vision that makes us wake up every day ready to go forward. The average American thinks he's a superior being and has a dream. Sell me a dream. Stop selling me what is wrong with us, because you're simply stating my limitations. Sell me my strengths. I will take the energy from that strength and I will overcome my limitations in no time. But we need to stop looking at ourselves as inferior. We also need to stop feeling too superior. But we must show results and productivity. And those will only come when we empower people to take up what needs to be taken up. So I don't listen to politicians of division. It doesn't matter even if you come from my village. You're not impressive. You must sell a vision and then we'll get our politics right. I hope that is helpful.
Thank you so much. Please, you can do better than that. There's going to be a Q&A session, a question and answer session on this same topic after engineer speaks to us. So I believe you have questions. We're going to take 3 questions or 4. 2 from our male participants and 2 from female participants. So get your questions ready. And engineer, sir, what will be your...
Yeah, thank you very much for the question on democracy and politics. I'm not a politician. I'm a development banker. And first, let me appreciate my co-panelists. It's really a great pleasure to be sitting with you. I want to say democracy is the system we use to elect our leaders. And why has it not really produced the dividend? We're supposed to be talking about leadership. Then something fundamentally is wrong. Our concept of leadership is wrong. Somebody said that if a purpose is not known, abuse will be inevitable. There are 3 ways I look at anything in life. And if you want to be a man of impact, these are the 3 things you must pay attention to. First, what is to be done? Second, how is it to be done? Then the third, why should we do it at all? Most of the time, when you are growing up, I'm talking to the student, life will be teaching you what. What is a noun? What is a verb? You will learn so many words. Then by the time you are becoming a worker, you are learning how. How are these things done? But the highest level of knowledge is why. Why is this thing done at all? So when you understand, our people have failed to recognize the purpose of leadership. The purpose of leadership is serving others. That means if you want to become a leader, you should become this, you are the servant. So many people that want to become leaders, they are not ready to serve other people. And yet they want to be leaders. There is something that is wrong with the average human being. And my brother here just said something. He said, we are made of about 36 trillion cells. So we are a wonderful and a dynamic working machine. A human being actually does not need any other thing outside of him to fulfill him. So the greatest problem we all have is the problem of fulfillment. Say fulfillment. Do you know why people steal money? It's because there is a hole in their body, in their heart, that they are looking to fulfill. So they think that by grabbing more power, by buying more houses, by buying more cars, they will get that fulfillment. And lo and behold, they become local government chairman, they were not fulfilled. Governors, they were not fulfilled. President, they were not fulfilled. Because man, when a man leaves his call, his place, when a man leaves his place, he becomes a beast. That means when you don't discover who you really are, what makes you, there is nothing in this world. Travel around the whole world, you will still be hollow. So our leaders that we are electing, they are hollow. That is why they cannot deliver the dividend of democracy. The day you find out that you can be fulfilled by serving another person, the whole world will change. That the day you find out that if I can let go what I should grab and another person have it, then I will find fulfillment, then your life will change. This time. So if you are a leader, you are actually the one taking the lead to work. That makes you a leader. So leadership is not about getting followership, it's about making other people. The good book says, follow me and I will what? Make you. No, not I will make you a servant. No. If you cannot make my life better, then don't choose to be my leader. So the acid test of leadership is how many people have you made? You are not a millionaire, therefore, because you have $1 million in your account, you are a millionaire because you have raised 1 million lives. If our leaders can relate with this and know that the joy they are looking for, the happiness they are looking for, the fulfillment they are looking for, is for them to sacrifice their life for other people to go ahead, then the definition of leadership and the fruit of leadership will change. I will end with this. Somebody has said in the conversation that next to the almighty power is political power. Now, let us look at how almighty power become almighty power. Whether you are a Muslim here, you are a Christian here, or you are a traditionalist, everyone believes that there is an almighty power. True or true? Now, let us understand how that almighty power works. What makes that almighty power is because that almighty power is a servant to human beings. God is a servant of human beings that have destroyed your religion. God himself is a servant. What makes God God is because he's serving human beings. The day God starts working in our best interest, in our good, he ceases to be God. So that is why he came down and came to die for the human being that he created. So a leader that wants to truly have almighty power should be ready to die for others. Thank you.
That was a very wonderful contribution. Please put your hands together once again. You should be ready to die for your followers if you want to lead. I also believe in that school of thought. You have to serve and not to be served. Are we ready with our questions? But shortly before we take our questions, what do you think, sir, is the way forward in just 1 minute? You can use this, sir. Okay. How can we redefine democracy? How can we get it right? In just 1 minute, sir.
Well, I think one of the things we need to do is education of our people so that they start to understand The politicians, like engineer said, are supposed to serve you. We have weaponized ignorance. That's the problem. And so the people are happy to be what? Ignorant. Because they can't find food to eat. This conversation we're having here, we can't have it in Mushin. It's highbrow conversation. You gather boys in town, say, we want to come and talk democracy. Then they share money. Do you understand what I'm saying? You go to any of the local areas. When I go to Mushin, I use a smaller vehicle because you cannot drive in your normal vehicle to that place. There will be civilian checkpoints from point to point. No traffic, they will organize it. The education level is low, sir. And it appears as though some people like it that way because it makes them pliable to manipulation. People cannot eat. And that is where the challenge comes in. So if we want to fix politics in Nigeria, the civil society organizations should be able to go to the grassroots and help people, like you said, realize how incredible they are, beautifully made. They deserve more. They deserve better. And as you start to talk to these young people like that and put tools in their hands, see the reaction on the street. That's something a regular politician doesn't like because it backfires. He's not able to redeploy people very quickly. He needs an army of unskilled, illiterate who will be able to run the show for him on the street. But if you take away the boots on the ground and then you are able to empower people with the knowledge of how this thing has to be done. And schools have failed, by the way. You can't count on school to deliver political education. It's not going to work. They'll put it in curriculum and put somebody who is disinterested in teaching in the first place to come and teach. He only is there because of Ogota. So if you people understand it or not, your problem. The thing is, I get paid at the end of the month. And that's the kind of challenge that we have. So if we can fix education and empower the man on the street because they have a real challenge, sir. Sorry, I close with this story. I did something 7 years ago. I went to Ikorodu in Lagos and I decided to engage with young people on the street. And sir, the level of poverty is incredible. Yet, the people who live in Ikorodu are sitting on top of wealth. The part of the wealth. On sitting on top of wealth. If you go to a Greek, sir, the entire Greek all the way to Ishao can become an agricultural settlement. If you want to produce only gari there, you can serve the whole of Africa. If you go to Odogunyan has 1,000 acres of land for fishery. You understand? We're only doing 10% of what could have been a 200,000 tons of fish every year. We don't touch it. If that close to that fishery, the Chinese people have another 1,000 acres of land proposed to do this thing, leather shoes in the future. If we go to Ibeshe, the same Ikorodu, government has another 1,000 acres of land for industrial development park. The place is comatose. Nothing is happening in the place. Imagine that place was working. Everything we produce there can be shipped via, because it is overlooking the lagoon. We can move it without even coming to the express. If you go to Imota, Lagos State has a rice mill there that can do thousands and thousands of tonnage, but it is also underutilized. I can go on and on. Just one small region in Lagos is capable of becoming a sub-state economy and serving the entire southwestern corridor. And yet people are extremely poor in the place because they don't even know what is sitting down there with them. All right, if foreigners come, see this potential, they tap it, it looks like marginalization. But it appears as though somebody doesn't want them to know. Because when you go out there and you're telling them, do you know how powerful the place is? Do you know how powerful you are? You can transform this thing. What's wrong with our people? We need to be able to go back and find a way to invest in these children. It's 7 years now we've been working there. We have supported hundreds of young people through the street, helped some to get scholarship and all sorts of things, and incredible things are happening. One of the young people that came out of that program is doing an incredible work with chess now. He came into the program 4 years ago. His name is Tunde Onokoya. He's doing chess in the slum, the one he did in Osho. They couldn't stay with me for 4 years. It's one of the outcomes of what we did in Ikorodu. You understand? To tell you that these kids have future. But we just need people who will help create the right platform for them to understand how much is truly capable in the right hands. And I would just pray that we're able to get leadership right in 20. 2023. God bless you.
Thank you so much. I hope we are taking note of these very valid points that our panelists are churning out for us on how we can to you just in 1 minute. How do you think we can get it right?
Thank you. I'm not sure I can say it in 1 minute.
Please, feel free.
I can only reiterate what my co-panelist has said. We must look inwards at what we're sitting on and produce from it. There are many of you seated here because you have heard of jackpying. That seems to be what you will do. I was called at a time to speak with young pharmacists, and the company that got me to come to speak to them said, please tell them not to travel, not to emigrate. And I said, I'm sorry, I can't say that. Even my son is going to travel, but just because he's British. So I cannot be a hypocrite and tell these young pharmacists not to travel. Instead, I will present for about 30 minutes various opportunities that exist in pharmacy, from downstream, midstream to upstream. I'm able to demonstrate that going forward, brick and mortar pharmacies are going to reduce. One digital pharmacy can do the work of 10 pharmacies. I'm going to show them that packaging, logistics, and financing, there are gaps there. I'm going to show them that training staff that are needed, there are gaps there. I'm going to show them that production of herbal medication, research into our cough syrups, and so many other things, there are gaps there. I'm going to show them a plethora of opportunities and then tell them to check in first before they check out. Honestly, this is not one man. I encourage you to vote properly, but I also encourage each person seated here to know that you are the person that will take Nigeria forward. You see, apparently, Nigeria is waiting for you to bring your insight in entertainment and build something we can showcase to the world. Nigeria is actually waiting for you to take that cream your grandma used to put on you when you hurt yourself, to package it and put it in a beautiful bottle, the way L'Oreal would do, and sell it not just to Nigerians, but the 1.3 billion Africans that are waiting to buy from you, before we even talk about exporting it outside Africa. Nigeria is actually waiting for you to take hair and sell kinky hair and make it fashionable. Nigeria is waiting for you to create solutions in footwear, in food, in logistics. Many areas are waiting for each and every one of us. I need you to become entrepreneurial in your mindset, such that even if you were to work in a large corporate organization, you go in there and find where there are gaps, and you become an intrapreneur. If you have not, write it down. If you're going to choose to work anywhere, choose to go there as a circle of influence. Stop in charge of your own life. Produce your own results, so that even if you will check out, you will not be a liability wherever you are going. That way, you will see the good in this land. I'm just coming from a meeting where the board chairman that was talking came back into this country in 2008 after having done all sorts and earned millions and millions of dollars. And by the time he discussed how he started something that disrupted the travel industry, he said nothing. He can't imagine anything that will convince him to leave Nigeria and the opportunities in this country. So I beg of you, every lady listening to me, every man listening to me, I need you to check in first. Then we will create the Nigeria of our dreams. And in a few years, 10, 15, 20 years, we will have the leadership working with us and not working against us. Because if you are too hungry and you go near power, you will become like them. So stop fooling yourself and you keep pointing. Something must be in that Aso. It's a lie. You also will become one who is seeking their favor. You become a rent seeker and you won't be any different. So I hope you produce from yourself. Thank you.
If you did appreciate that, please clap. Thank you so much, madam. And then we'll move over to Doctor. I believe you have a few words to tell us on how we can get democracy right in Nigeria, in Africa.
Okay. Thank you very much. How many of us are going to be able to be of voting age to be able to vote in 2023? Let me see our hands. If we know we're 18, okay. Oh, how many of us have cards? How many of us should have but did not have and are working on it? Okay. And those of us who are like 15, pay attention, because by the next cycle, guess what? You're going to be voting by the grace of God. What I would just ask us to do is listen to the people who are vying for positions in the process. If I had superpowers, anybody who did not come to talk to you one-on-one should not get your vote. They should talk to you one-on-one to say what they are going to say. Everybody here has spoken about vision and all that. Then you should check them and they should tell you how they made their money. If they cannot explain whether they bought this, they sold this, they have this, and is consistency with a focus, working on it, and investing. And it doesn't matter if when you are investing, your shoe has chopped, no problem. When you make it, you can buy the shoe factory. It doesn't matter if when you are investing, you cut your hair like my own because you cannot buy Brazilian braid. When you make the money, you can buy the company. Self-gratification, delayed gratification is good investment in your knowledge. Whatever you can do, do that. And then pray for those who are in authority. I think all the religions advocate for that. Leadership is not easy. And when they are there, you know, all these, what they call them, cabal, Abi? You can start seeing cabal even when they are campaigning. You can't reach a candidate because the people around them have hijacked them and they're looking at, you need to pray for our leaders, that God will give us good leaders and that when they get into office, they will do what they are supposed to do. The God factor is always very important. And guess what? Sometimes things get very bad before they become better. And Nigeria will be better, and it will be good, and may God help us to see it, and we would all eat the good of the land by the grace of God. Thank you.
So this is my submission. In 2020, I had this brainwave that Nigeria will be one of the 10 greatest nations by 2030. In 2020. So if you go to my Facebook page, you see I was doing a lot of talk about it. And I so much believe that it will be a reality. A time will come, and that is why I want to make an appeal to you. You must prepare yourself to maximize the good Nigeria that is coming. Because when Nigeria gets good and you are not prepared, the same people that have jackpot, that have understood how system work there, they will still come back to take the opportunity and you will become you will slave under them. So you need to prepare yourself. This is a virgin land. Almost every sector, there is gold in it. So you need to position yourself. It may not be working right now, but position yourself. And the best way to position yourself is a business. And what is the type of business you should be thinking of? I have a concept I call lovepreneurship, not entrepreneurship. It is you finding a business that help you to bring about your personal fulfillment and drive national development. A business that will enable you to get what? Your personal fulfillment, and for you, you will be able to achieve national development. Because I have discovered that for us to bet the new Nigeria, it commands a lot of sacrifice. And if you are not driven from within, you will wear out. You need that amount of tenacity that even when everybody says you will not go anywhere, and you agree to yourself, you will know you will get there. So it is very important that we begin to look for that space that we can own. That space where you have a dominion grace that is bestowed on you by your gift. There is a gift in each and every one of us. It is that gift that creates room for you. And in your room, you are a God. That is just the truth. When you have discovered your room in life, you are a God. Everybody bow to you. But the beauty about your room is that in that room, you can become everything that nature have designed you to be. But that room forbids you to do evil within your room. So when you bring people into your room, you do them good all the days of your life. So this is where people are selfish. They earn their money in a very difficult way, so they cannot share. But when you are in your room, like the speaker from Canada said, what you were doing for free, they will be giving you, you'll be doing it for a fee. So you are actually enjoying yourself, and yet you are making so much impact. But for Nigerian politics, my advice will be, nations are built by two things, words and work. And words come before work. What is the word in nation building? The word in nation building is your constitution. No nation can rise above the standard of their constitution. So if you look at the Nigeria constitution today, if we have hope, we must elect a leader that will get there and change our constitution. Because the constitution is already rigged to promote mediocrity. It is rigged for poverty to continue to thrive. So no matter what you have, when you come into a system, that is what we call the board of directors. They create the policies of you cannot rise above your policy. You can't rise above it. So we need a new set of leaders that we go there, and the first thing that must be done will be to change the constitution. But do you know why it will not be possible if you elect the same old order? Is because the same old order paid money to get there. And you need the House of Assembly to be able to change the constitution. So you need a leader that the masses will put there. It is the same masses. When the man is there, he is not the House of Assembly that will change it. The same masses will still hold the House of Assembly to ransom and say you must change the constitution. If you don't change it, we will return you back. So we just need a president that will serve the masses. The masses will first of all serve him to get there. By the time he gets there, he will still rely on the power of the masses to bring about all the change we need in every sector. I want to do this. Other politicians will say no. The masses will come and say no. If you don't say yes, we'll stop everything. That is the kind of leadership we need going forward. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, engineer. On this note, we will call it a day for now on this discussion to enable us have another speaker dish out what he has for us to build us up for the future, prepare us for the future. And on this note, I also want to say thank you so much for doing justice to this particular issue that has been bedeviling Africa. And also thank you, participants, for your time and listening to us. May I hand over the mic to our distinguished compere. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I think a group photograph would suffice with the panel. Mr. Mark, Ambassador Mark, and please get him. We should take the photograph. Please, you can take photograph of the panelists at this time. And then Mr. Mark should be brought in to do the needful too. Okay, while we have the music interlude, very briefly, and so thank you. I just want to apologize. I'm told there is a problem going on. Most of us have knowledge overload, and this is due to the amount of information we've received. So please, we have Panadol at the back of the aisle, just to bring down the tension. Because honestly, Ambassador Mark, the amount of speakers and knowledge you've given us today for free is beyond what we can say thank you for. So thank you. Music interlude, please. All right, so please, we appeal to you. We appeal to you not to leave. We are not done. We are driving towards the end of the event, but we're not there yet, you know? So please just sit down and not go down, as we always say. Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you very much. Okay. Okay. So we're deep into the day already, and we'll try to use less words and just more actions at this point. We have a speaker, who is taking us to the program. This is someone you know. This is someone that we recognize. His name resonates. He's a man who created a sector out of nothing. So a lot of us begin to get into sectors while some innovators have created that sector. But this is a man who, through ingenuity, industry, and persistence across the years, has indeed, without bragging, created a sector and has mentored hundreds and hundreds of young people within that sector. And the sector we speak about is the entertainment sector. And when we narrow it down, we bring it to a junction called comedy. So with us is no other person, but someone we would like to describe as the king of comedy and the father of comedy, not just in Nigeria, but perhaps in West Africa. No other person, but we know him as his stage name, Ali Baba. So let's
Atsunyota Hallelujah Akpobome, popularly
fun. This is a man that has funds,
Atsunyota Hallelujah Akpobome, popularly known by his stage name Ali Baba, is a famous Nigerian stand-up comedian, television host, master of ceremony, actor, and television personality. He has been described as the king of comedy in Nigeria and is currently the founding father of the Nigerian comedy industry. Ali Baba began his professional career performing at corporate.
You're sharing. I need one of the mind maps that you're sharing, please. Good afternoon, everyone. If you don't have this yet, raise your hand. Can you please walk over to the people that don't have one and give them a copy quickly? There are many people, so you can just give as many people so they can go and distribute, so you don't have just a few people distributing. If you do not have one, keep your hands up so they get to you so they'll know that you don't have one, please. It's important you have one of those so that we can curate and document the things that we're going to talk about shortly. Do we all have now? Okay, if you have yours now, can you wave your papers if you have yours? Can the photographer capture that for me? If you have one, just wave your paper if you have one. And if you don't have, don't fold them. Just hold it up like that, huh? Okay? This is going to be one paper that I expect you to, maybe in another 5-10 years, you tell me this was one of the papers that I received from this seminar or workshop and summit that has helped to redefine how I think about my life and what I want to do. It's important. All right. The first three things on top there, the first three boxes on top there, In the middle one, write self. In the middle space there, write self. So for the 3 on top, the middle one, write self. And then to the right or to the left, depends on anyone you want to write in, write education. I'm talking of the 3 on top here now. Some of you are still looking for where to write what I'm talking about. These 3 that are on top here. And on the other side of it, after you write self and you've written education, on the other side, write reality. Reality. So the 3 head boxes. So in the middle, you have self. In one, you have education. And the other one, you have reality. So you have either education, self, reality, or reality, education, self, education. The 2 boxes that are right under it, on the right and on the left, write government in one. Any of the side will work. Government. There are 3 boxes on top. Under those 3 boxes, there are 2 right under. There are 3 boxes on top. There's one here and there's one here now. So in those 2 boxes under, write government for 1. And then the second box, write parents. Now, under, you have another 3 boxes. Under, that's at the bottom of this place here. You have 3 boxes there. In the middle of that box there, the middle box in those 3 under, write goals. Goals, G-O-A-L. Yes. Are we there? Have you written it? If you've written it, let me see your hand up. Have you written goals? Fine. Now, in the box that is to the right or to the left, write time. The box to the right or to the left depends on how you want to just write time. And then the other box after you, so you've written time, goals, and now the other box that is there, write mentors. In front of goals or behind goals, any of it. So you have time, goals, mentors. We're getting somewhere. By the time we begin to tie all of this up, you will begin to understand why there's need for you to write this down, and then you will understand. Now, in every society, the future is determined by the knowledge you have now. I'll give you an example. The reason that sometimes you want to, if you have like 6, 7 keys, it is common for you to know which key unlocks which door. If you have a bunch of keys, when you bring the keys out and you give it to somebody that does not know about your doors, the person will continue to try different keys to open those doors. But you that has the house and knows what key, whether it's a Yeti key, whether it's a Union key, whether it's, you know which key opens which door. That's what knowledge does. So, in one of the boxes, maybe under parent or under government, write knowledge. Knowledge is different from education. Please don't get that twisted. Knowledge is different from education. And I will explain. So write knowledge, knowing about something. All right. And in any of those other boxes again, write society. All right. Then in one of the boxes, write skills. Skills. Another box, write technology. In one of the boxes, write friends. Please write reading. Reading. Write reading in one of the boxes. Reading, read. R-E-A-D-I-N-G, reading. And then exposure. You can have a BSc, you can have a PhD, but you are not exposed. In one of write companies. Companies, organizations, write that. Right, weaknesses. Weaknesses. Just not Jehovah Witness. Weakness. Your what you are weak at. So write weaknesses. Another box, write peer pressure. Peer pressure or colleagues. Peer pressure or colleagues. Anyone that you can. So you write colleagues or peer pressure. Now, if you look at everything, you have one more box. Have you written companies? Did you write reading? Exposure? Family? Okay, write family. Anyway, any of all those boxes that are remaining, family. Now remaining one. Okay, now let me go do this. You have parents, you have society, you have technology, you have friends, you have reading, you have exposure, and you have colleagues, right? You have government, you have knowledge, you have skills, you have companies or organizations, you have family, you have weaknesses. The colleagues is the one I said you can write peer pressure or you can write weaknesses. And I write colleagues. Colleagues or peer pressure, they're the same thing. All right? It can't be two more. The what? That big one? That big one is the problem we came here to talk about. So leave that. That's the problem. That's the thing we came here to talk about. Every other thing that you are seeing right here is what will come to that point. All right? Okay, now, this last one here is leaders. My job is done. You see, everything that you have here is the mind map to not being unemployed. Everything you have in this piece of paper is why you should not be unemployed. And everything you have here is the reason you are unemployed. The reason I said you should write this is because my time is short, and I'm going to just run through some of them so that by the time you go back and you listen to anyone, every time anybody talks to you, this is what they are talking to you about. Any day, go to any summit. This is the crystal clear reason anybody talks to you and why they talk to you. This. It's called the mind map. You see, that box that you're supposed to have when you said, what is that? That box inside, anything you want to achieve is what you write there. In that box, if you want to be a lawyer, write it in that box. If you want to be a great footballer, write it in that box. If you want to tackle any problem, write it in that box. If you want to have good grades, write it in that box. All of these are the things that will make you great. So we'll begin to go through them quickly because I think I have just like 5 minutes more. How many minutes more do I have? You what? I didn't hear. Somebody said something. What are you supposed to write? Okay. So quickly, self. You see, before you decide to be employed or not employed, you need to first know who you are. What do you want to become? Who do you want to be? What do you want to become? When do you want to become that? How long will it take you to be that? Self. For instance, if you decide that you want to run 100 meters, first of all, you can't be like me. You can't weigh like me. I weigh 105. So there's no way I can do 100 kilometers. I can do 100 meters with Usain Bolt that weighs 79.80. It means that it's half of me that is running, if half of him that is running against all of me. So what it means is that you must be in that state to understand who you are. And self-realization was taught to us in the Bible when you saw the man Zacchaeus climb a tree. Why did he climb a tree? He realized that where he was standing, the people around him were taller than him and he would not be able to see. So first thing, goal. His goal was to see the man that came. But you see, the goal was to see the man that came. But first of all, in your mind, you have to be determined to be there. So a purpose must bring you to that place. What happens to a lot of people? They will not be in that place to see. They will be home. And then they will say, I heard that Jesus passed that road. But if you wanted to see him, you would be there. So when he got there and he saw that there was a challenge, his weakness came to play. And what's that? In one of those boxes, you have weaknesses. There are some people, their weaknesses is temper. Some people, their weaknesses is patience. Some people, their weaknesses is shayo. Some people, their weaknesses, one of their weaknesses is jealousy. Another person's weakness is laziness. Another person's weakness is entitlement. I have 5 senior brothers that are working. I shouldn't be suffering like this. Go and put your hand in their pocket and take their salary. So until you deal with that, your weakness, you can't achieve the middle box. Another one is family. There's some people, the reason they've not succeeded in life is because of their family. And I'm not talking a generational cause. I'm talking of family. So first of all, let's talk about You have a family. You know that this your family do not have. But in your mind, there's no reason they shouldn't have. And so the family begins to become a place where instead of you to learn from what the family is going through, you are adding to it. So if your family is broke or not rich, and then you now compound issues by going to do things that would then make the family even broker, you are not putting yourself in a good place. One thing, if you then decide that you want to set up a family to achieve anything that you want to do, make sure that the family you are setting up must be a family that understands your goal in life. I have a friend who got married to this lady, and in his mind, he was like, he's going to Jakpa. So when he told the lady that, look, oh, I want to relocate, the lady said she's not relocating. Why? She said because her mom is still alive and she has to take care of her. So clearly, visions and goals have killed that dream. First of all, she won't travel with you because she can't leave her family. So family constraints can hold you. Some other times, it is that you have family members that can discourage you from anything that you want to do. Have you been to some families before that you tell, oh, I want to start making puff-puff? Say, puff-puff, go. Lafuni. Before you bring an idea, they killed it. But trust me, start that business and start doing well. Those same people who told you that puff-puff could not sell. My dad told one of my uncles and said, looks like Atunyota, that's my real name, doesn't want to become anybody. My uncle said, why? He said he wants to be a comedian. My uncle said, comedian. This was in the 80s. And my uncle came to the house at about 9 p.m. in the evening, just after network news, and said, hey, they said you want to become a comedian. I said, yes. He said, like who? And at that time, I actually thought everybody in New Masquerade, from Papiluwe to Babasuwe to Samanja to Jaguar, I thought they were all doing very well. I said, like Papiluwe. My uncle said, like Papiluwe. I said, yes. Say, like Nazi. I said, yes. Say, like Zebudaya. I said, yes. He said, you will never make it. And my dad said, well, that's him. That's the person I'm wasting school fees on. Instead of him to read law, he wants to become a comedian. Some 4 or 5 years ago, that my uncle sent me a message and said his house collapsed. And they want to build it up. I sent him the money. My dad disowned me in 1987. Didn't pay my school fees again because I said I was going to become a comedian. And so from then on till 1990 to 2003, my dad and I didn't talk. And so what was driving my purpose was the goal. So you must have a goal, and that goal will be the thing that is filtering everything that you do and making sure that you get to that point. Let me give you an example of a goal. A goal is knowing that the princess in Pharaoh's house wants a baby. And you have a baby to put in the basket and put where she's going to swim. That's a goal. But you see, it wasn't the husband that told her to do it. So you have to think for self first. But when she now went to put the basket there, she didn't just go put a basket there. She got proper information, knowledge. So the knowledge is what will then give you wing, that will give wings to your dream. Some of you say, I want to play football, but you don't know how to dribble, you don't know how to trap, you don't know how to shoot, you don't know how to pass, you don't know how to do body movement, but you want to play football. So you must know all of that. Now, if you know how to play football, that's why I said, I want to make you understand the difference between knowledge and skills. Knowledge is, I want to play football, so you learn how to play football. But you see, skills is when you raise the ball like this, and the ball goes up. Skills then sets you apart from every other person that has the same knowledge you have in that football. So you know how to sing, but you see, there's another person that knows how to sing, but knows how to write, and then knows how to produce. And if the guy sees anything that happens around him, he can make it into music immediately. The person has 4 or 5 advantages over you. So you know how to play football, but you don't have the speed that Ronaldo had when he first came on the scene. You don't have the speed that some people, or skills to dribble. You know, I play football. I played up to West African University games. I have medals. But you see, these knees, after a while, they give up. I did long jump. I played basketball. I played football. I played volleyball. And all of it requires, the one that kills the most is long jump. You take off and land the back of your heels. The knees are going. Now you see, it gets to a point where you are not too young. In fact, you are not young enough to do any of all those things. What then happens? Your skills then come in. The other thing that I'll tell you now quickly, my time is nearly up. Society. What does the society want? What does the society need? You can't go to my part of the country now, Warri, and say you want to go and open a world-class dry cleaning center so that Robomen will come and dry clean their wrapper. Wrapper that we can tie 7 times before we wash it. So what happens? Make sure that the society also determines the kind of things you apply yourself to. So it means the society must prepare you for what you want to apply to. Not many people think about the other side of the 10 maidens. The 10 maidens all went to see the groom, and 5 of them carried extra oil. You know what that means? They know that some people may not keep to time. Do you understand what I just said? Because all the while that all the maidens were coming to that place, you can't tell me that one of them didn't tell the other guys, did you carry extra oil? You know there are some people, extra oil, come. Are we going to sell oil there? We are going to see the groom. It's just the same way somebody works in a bank and the person has a first degree. And another person says, everybody in this bank has first degree. Let me go and do an MBA. And then they do an MBA. Then one day they say, oh, we need to get a new head of branch. Who has MBA amongst them there? Then they push the guy now goes. You know the first thing somebody will say, all of us came to this bank the same time. Oh. Let me tell you about that. It says changing position. A changing location should not just be the thing that you should do. Change location and change position, which was what happened to Zacchaeus. Zacchaeus first of all, knew and realized his shortcomings. So he agreed to himself that I'm short. I can't see anything here. Let me change location. So he changed location. But you see, he didn't just change location. He also changed position. So there are some people that will be like, this bank here, like 8 people here have first degree. Let me go to another bank. Then you go to another bank. You still get there are people with other people like first degree. But when you then got there, you then say, okay, no, let me not remain in first degree. Then climbing the tree then becomes an MBA. Let me tell you what happens. With a lot of people, it is that they can move from one place to the other. They can complain from here to tomorrow why somebody else is doing something and they are not getting it. Somebody called me one time and said, bros, can you help my musical career? I'm better than so and so person. I said, who? We called the person's name. I said, okay. I said, write 4 songs for me on temper, write another one on rejection, and write one on forgiveness. He said, just like that. I said, yes. He said, bros, that one hard though. I said, you know what? I said, sit with Two-Face and tell Two-Face, write song on drunkenness. He will write a song on drunkenness in less than 10 minutes. Kiss Daniels, the same thing. No, wait, Saul Sultan. Ask Saul Sultan, say, do you have a song on anger? He said, don't worry. He will write it. By the time you come, he has put melody and everything to it. But you see, somebody will also say, we are all musicians. When I was teaching some young comedians, I'm sure if you check properly, you'll see the video. When I was teaching Basket Mouth and some other people how to crack jokes, we went to an event, and I told them, I said, look around, crack 5 jokes for me. And he looked around and did 1 joke. It was good. I said, more. He said, bro, that's the best. So I said, okay, watch. I did 5 jokes. I look at that and say, okay, see that woman carrying that umbrella? I'll do a joke. I say, see that woman serving food there now? I'll do another joke. I say, see this waiter that has plenty plates in his hand? I'll do another joke. I said, okay, see this man that is wearing a coat that is coming towards us? I'll do a joke. I did all the 5 jokes, and I said, take them. But you see, there are some other guys that would then hear those jokes and think that, me, I can do the same thing too. And that is what happens when people go to reality shows. You see somebody that, I don't know who convinced them that they can sing. They will buy form knowing that the thing will televised. It's not private. Oh. They will now come and stand there and call their father's name. What's your name? Adegbite, Adegoke. What song do you have for us? We Are the World. So, we are start. We are the world, eh? You are who? But you see, there are some other guys that will come to that place and take that song from the beginning till the end, and they will blast your mind. So, society is important. Technology. You need to use technology to improve yourself and make yourself employable. So these days, there are people who are learning to be employable without even going to school because you have technology. You have the internet. But some of you, your internet and data is to check gossip. Gislova, Linda Ekeji, Tunde Ednot. But guess what? Tunde Ednot is making so much money from you're not making money. It's fine. Okay, I should round up. Okay. Now, wait, no, we have to be time conscious. Now, you need to also find mentors. There's a difference between mentors and role models. Find mentors. Your mentors are those ones that relate with you one-on-one. My mentors are Bisiola Tilo, Sonny Rabo, Patrick Doyle, Benga Deboye. People like that, they are my mentors because I relate with them one-on-one. The role models are the ones that you can't see, but they still inspire you from a distance. You need to find that and clear it. Now, time. You need to put a time to everything that you're doing with your goals. Put a time to it. If you say, in 3 years, I have to do this, you then need to apply every other thing to make sure you get there. There's always a time to most goals. If you say you want to do an MBA, you know it's a 2 years course. Okay, plus ASU strike, 4 years course. Oh, 6 years plus ASU strike, 6 years. Okay. No, that's plus carryover. You're adding carryover now. All right, so the other thing that I need to know is companies. You know, companies always have a mantra and they have what they stand for. If you want to go get a job in those places, you have to fit the profile. So you don't fit the profile and you then go, they don't want to employ me. No. Somebody went to a job interview and they asked her, so what are your 5-year term plan? And she said, I just want to do only 2 years. I want to relocate. But she told somebody they didn't want to employ her. Do you know an employer Hello. Okay. All right. Hello. An employer will spend money on a client, on a staff. Spend money, promote them, take them for trainings and everything. And they've acquired valuable training that they can add to his business to grow. And then another person comes to poach that person. It happens a lot. You think the employer is happy? No. And so the employer then says, no need for us to train anybody. Let's also look for somebody to poach. So why do they look for somebody to push? Because the person is ready. You think David learned how to shoot catapult when he saw Goliath? No. He already knew how to shoot catapult. You see, there's some of us too, and talking about self and reality, there's some of us, when you have skills, when somebody annoys you or something, you're working in an organization, you don't even think of your family or the consequences of your actions, you resign. I don't like that they work again, Jerry, let them go. Meanwhile, if they were paying you 400 before, you were struggling with the 400. You actually needed like 800, but you're struggling with the 400. Then somebody annoys you in the office, you resign. The first month, you are harassing everybody. You are now bitter to everybody. Meanwhile, it is you that did yourself. Meanwhile, you find somebody else who is in that organization, they do everything they do, and the person is just like, Have you heard this proverb in this word in Yoruba? Our money monroe. Our money monroe. If it were not for these children. That's why you see somebody who is 65 that's working in an organization, or 55, working in an organization, and says yes sir to somebody who is 40. It's the children. Because as soon as the person is sure that the children are okay, you are good. So my dad told me something when I was young, and he said, a job, so now you can flip to the back of this paper and write that. A job must do 5 things for you. A job must do 5 things for you, and as a leader, you must understand these reasons. 1, put food on the table. 2, give you self-recognition. 3, take care of your future. 4, put a shelter over your head. 5, very important, 5, to take care of anything that happens that you never planned for. It's different from insurance. It's different from insuring yourself for the future. Now, one other thing that you do to insure yourself for the future is taking care of your parents and taking care of your children. Because every time I pay school fees for my children, it's retirement plan. And even time I do anything for my parents, if I do anything for my children, it's retirement plan. If I do anything for my parents, it's promise. Because God said, if you take care of your parents, He will make your road smooth. So all of these are the things that you must always think about when you're looking for a job. And if a job doesn't do any of all those things for you, there must be a problem. And if there's any question around any of all this, I'll be ready to entertain them. Thank you very much, and God bless you.
Thank you very much, sir. Okay, so for this session, we see it's very profound and direct. We'll be taking about 2 questions. As you know, he would have expanded on the various components of this box, but due to time and also his other demanding responsibilities, we can't do that. So please, by a show of hand, 2 questions. Okay, 1, you can come forward. I think that's a man. A question from a lady, please. Okay, yes, you can come forward. Thank you. Please keep your question as brief as it gets, and say what you have to say within 60 seconds. Yeah. We need you on stage. Yeah, it's a confidence test too. Thank you.
Bros, good afternoon, sir. I said that with all humility. I like to just say bros so that I can connect more. When I come to conversations like this, I actually like to hold on to something to take away. Now, much more than rules and everything that is taught, I like to ask this question. What actually were the things that you did, which you particularly know that I did this, it advanced me like this, or elevated me like this, I did this one, I did that one. So I'd like you to tell us those things in particular that you did, so that everyone living here will take something away. And please speak to this question like you are talking to me, sitting with you in private and asking you what is the crux of the things that you did, which advanced you, which got you to where you are, so that everyone living here can take something away like that.
All right. Thank you. Again, I will say, I have broken everything down in this paper. And you just need to read and understand what it means. So first of all, education. I went to school, I know how to read and write. The currency for communication in Nigeria is English language. The currency for communication in Nigeria is English language. Learn it. I have comedians that came to Lagos and did not know how to speak English. And I said, you have to go and buy ABC English. Till date, there are people who are in JSS 2, JSS 3, SS1, SS2, can't speak English, can't write it. I'm not joking. They can't read, they can't write. Meanwhile, the question paper that you will get in Jalingo from WAEC is the same one you will get in Burutu. You will not get a question paper that says, because you are in Burutu, let's write this in Pidgin English. No. The question paper will still say, answer 2 questions. Question 1 is a must. Then maybe answer 3 questions. Then the guy sees this, he knows question 3 and question 4. He answers those ones. Meanwhile, the question 1 that they said you must answer carries 30 marks. So understanding English is very compulsory. And so when I started, I learned how to speak and read early enough. And so that's one thing. And that helps with education. It helps with knowledge. It helps with understanding and skills. There are some people in the National Assembly now, they can't write an email. I'm not joking. They can't write an email, so they employ a PA. So there's somewhere I wrote reading. Reading is important. So anything that you want to be, you people are lucky that you have Google now. In my time, our Google was encyclopedias. You have to go to the library and be searching for the thing that you're looking for. Now, you said, how did I do it? It's reading. My dad taught me that a book will take you to places that your teacher cannot take you. A book will take you to places. I've never been to Afghanistan, but I've read about it from National Geographic. And I know the things they produce in the place. I know the kind of culture they have. I know. So when you are talking about, if I'm watching a movie and they say Afghanistan, I'll tell the people, I say, oh, that's the Busquets side. And they say, well, I said, that's where they grow all the cocaine. And he said, you went there or you saw it on news. I said, so there are 3 things. There are 3 things. You can always learn by reading, or learn by hearing people talk about something, or experiencing it one-on-one. For instance, if you touch electric and it shocks you, you've experienced it one-on-one. Somebody can write about how he touched electricity and it shocked him. And you hear from that person. And you can also witness it happening. Somebody comes to disconnect your light and the guy goes, hey, hey, hey. You can tell somebody, say, if you touch that naked wire, it will shock you. You have learned 3 ways. So there's no way that I will break it down for you more than as I've done with this paper. This paper actually tells you how I came to where I am. I've put them mentors. Do I need to explain to you what mentors are again? I put their goals, lay your goals. I put their weaknesses, know your weaknesses. Do I need to explain that to you again? For instance, if you are a stammerer, you can't read the network news. There is no way you can read the network news because nobody's going to sit and watch you say, good evening. This is the network. And that's why I used myself as an example first time. I said, with my weight, I can't win 100 meters. So I'm telling you everything from the beginning. And so, what is it? The other thing is skills, technology. Everything is listed here. If you want me to repeat myself, my brother, that means that you didn't read these things. Thank you. Your question, please.
Good afternoon, sir. Good afternoon, House. My question also wanted to fall basically on what he's asking, but I'm going to ask it in a practical form. Like, I wouldn't want to go details in what I do, but if you will permit me, I will also want to do that. Yeah, thank you very much. Basically, from the home where I came from, it's not easy. So, and I got to discover that growing up, I was told I'm very good at business. So what I did after my SS3, I tried to like look what I am very passionate about, which is cooking, and whatever you ask me to do for business, I can go on and on. So as I see life was difficult, I started selling bread in the streets of Lagos. I was hawking bread in the streets of Lagos, which I still do presently. But the thing is this, how does somebody mix it without too much stress? Because I've tried to go for talk shows, empowerment, mentorship, and the rest.
I get your point. I get your point. So I get your point.
Thank
so
you.
it is that you have these challenges. Thank you. You have these challenges. You have an idea. You have a challenge. You don't know how to push it up. Let me ask you a question. Do you have an Instagram page? Oh, you just started. So good. Now see, in spite of the fact that Joseph was blessed by God with the power to dream, he marketed himself. He still marketed himself in spite of the fact that, and in spite of the fact that he was locked up in prison. He didn't kill his dream. He didn't hold it back. There's some people, as soon as they say in an organization, we'll not promote you again, their contribution to the organization withdraws. So when they say, oh, we're going for a meeting, they say, I'm not going to talk. They didn't promote me. Why? But you see, Joseph was still interpreting dreams to people. Interpreted the dream to the butler when the butler was going out. But what did he tell the butler as he was going? Remember me. That's marketing. That's marketing. Market yourself. Promote yourself. Now, you have that kind of thing. You are selling bread. In your community, let them know that the freshest bread comes from your area. Post it on Instagram. I have a friend that does cooking. Came to me and said, bros, I need you to post me. People are not coming. They're not calling me. I need people to know about this thing. And I said, okay, let me go see your Instagram page. When I went there, I said, are you selling food? Or selling food court? Now, I told her, I said, you need to promote yourself. She said, how now? I've posted. And I said, I saw some of the food that you posted. But you do know that people prefer videos. She had 3 views or so on one of the food I posted because you want to post picture of a egusi soup and people have not seen egusi soup before. So I told her, I said, do videos. In fact, do an Instagram live where you are cooking the food. Let some friends see you, talk through it, and then post it. And the video will be, people will see the video. And when you do it, I will repost it. She was like, okay. 4, 5, 6 months after, went there, nothing changed. Then I started sending her videos of people who were posting their own pictures, their own videos. She now said, yeah, it's just that I can't share some private details that I have with some people, conversations. I now told her, I said, you see this one? I say, and then get data now. I said, okay, no problem. Then saw her one day at a listen. She was ordering drinks. Not normal drinks, expensive drinks. I said, data and this one way they do. So which one? I said, bros, I'm not faking myself. So, see, you need to apply everything. The woman, so the situation that, sorry, this final one, the woman that found out that they will kill every male child in Egypt did not sit back. Ruth, that lost her husband, did not sit back. There are some women, even ordinary breaking up with somebody, they won't come to work. Not that the husband died though. Broke up with a guy, they won't come to work. I want to jump on Third Mainland Bridge. But Ruth still went out every day until Boaz saw her. You have to still continue to do the things that you're doing that people will see. And understand the business that you are in totally. Which is why I wrote knowledge here. So if you want me to then break it down and say, I had to seek knowledge, how I sought knowledge. I was reading. I was going from bookshop to bookshop, going to comb anywhere they sell. That is like, you don't even understand how you acquire knowledge. Knowledge you acquire from listening to people, watching people do something, and asking questions. Like I told you, these templates that I've given you, dig into it, ask people to explain some of it to you, you'll be okay. Thank you very much. God bless you all.
Thank you, sir. All right, so thank you. Sir. No, it's fine. Please.
Okay, so I said I deal with young people a lot, and I've heard questions of, I want to do A, my mom wants B. And one of the responses I have given is, okay, let your mom understand the value of whatever course or the field you're going to. Let them also see the advantages, because I realize that in Nigeria, our parents mostly want us to fulfill their own dreams. So for instance, my mom wants to become a doctor, and because she was limited, now she's raising me and wants me to become that thing she had always dreamed of, probably to just, show off to her friends and all of that. So I said, firstly, depending on the kind of parents you're dealing with, I know some people are opinionated and may not listen to you. So I said, okay, you can move forward to doing what they want. Then afterwards, go to your own line. That was the one. Then I said, if it's a parent that is really open in mind, let them know, talk to them or talk to people they listen to. Let them help you educate those parents on the opportunities in the field you want to go to. So because of your experience, I'd like you to share your own view or your thoughts on it.
All right. So the thing is that it's just like my situation. My dad wanted me to read law, and my dad had his reason for wanting me to read law. His own thoughts were that I started reading at the age of 3. And by the age of 8, 9, I wasn't reading Mills and Boons again. I wasn't reading Famous 5, Mills and Boons. I was reading Hadley Chase by age of 8, 9. And my dad would buy the James Hadley Chase, or my sisters would buy and tear the cover off, because the covers used to have some very seductive girls on the front cover. So he would tear that off, because then, apart from that cover, whatever you read inside is serious literary work. And so my dad wanted me to be a lawyer, because every time we had an argument, and if the movie finishes, I could tell you with the punches, with the punchlines and everything in the movie, I'll tell you. And so my dad thought that it was important for me to become a lawyer. Well, you have a good command of the English language. You have a good use of your verbs and vowels and diction. So you're good. You must be a good lawyer. And I did not follow my dad, because I was ready to take law. I went to NDA, 1985. I failed woefully. My dad said there's no way you would have failed NDA. And my dad was the 2IC Nigerian Army Education Corps in Ojo Cantonment. And my dad said they should bring the question papers. And my dad read through the question papers and said, you don't know when the Nigerian Civil War happened? I said, no. You don't know the reasons for the French Revolution? I said, no. You don't know the amalgamation time? I said, no. Because I didn't want to be an army officer. How you wake me up at 4 a.m. to start jogging and running when nobody's pursuing me? But you see, because I didn't join the army, and I didn't want to read law, we had a difference. But let me tell you, I also have the same situation now. My 2 boys are in Canada. One said he wants to be a DJ. I said, God forbid. Do you know how much it is to get $1? Or spending close to $40,000 to train you in school. Your twin brother, another $40,000. You want to become a DJ. The twin brother came, said he wants to do tattoo. You want to do on your body, or you want to be doing it, that's what he wants to be designing on people's body. I say, yeah, somebody has drawn me to. But let me tell you, now I understand what my parents were trying to do. So what your parents were trying to do is clear. What happens with every parent is the parents do not want to become the people bearing your responsibilities. So they want you to stand on your own, so that when they are not hustling anymore, they also can lean on your shoulders. That's why parents want you to read a particular course. Can you imagine anybody in the 80s, even early 90s, tell their parents, I want to be a makeup artist? They say, make waiting. But you see now, or event planner. But now you can do all of that. And because of the work that other people have put in, it's clear. So if the person you're talking about is thinking of doing something else, to pacify your parents, you can still do both. In my case, I did legal methods till year 2. And I said, okay, I'll finish, because from year 2, I was going to year 3, and there's one more year, and I'll be a graduate of religious studies and philosophy. And then I can then go and do 2 years extra as a direct entry-level student and get law. So I told my dad didn't want to listen to that. But the kind of money that I started making from in 1996, I made my first 1.6 million naira. 1996. 1996. I'm a very young man. So if you calculate what 1996 is right now, you can add or subtract. But you see, it is that you must be able to join a job. For instance, some of you decide, I want to do NGO, and you know that your father is paying rent. And you want to do NGOs, you want to be taking care of homeless children, and this, meanwhile, you don't have a home. No, I'm not saying that it is not good. But people that do NGO and take care of people, feed people, and do so, they are coming from comfort. If you are not making that sacrifice, because most people who then go into NGO now want to drag all their friends into it. We want to rent bus, bring money. But when you say you were going to do this thing, we didn't agree on this, your NGO, this thing. So whatever you want to do, make sure that is something that can do those things that you wrote at the back of your paper. Do you remember what I said? At the back of your paper, everything you do must do all of that for you. And if it is not doing any of that for you, then it's not a job.
Thank you so much. Sir, please, just a few minutes. So we just want to appreciate you for your time with us at the Future Leadership Conference. We cannot pay, we can only have a symbol of appreciation to give to you. So to do that is our convener, Ambassador Mike.
Are you giving me the boy or?
Depends.
Yeah, Prince, come.
Thank you.
Wow, can we just appreciate this great man once again? If your hands are not busy, you can. Can you rise on your feet? Let's appreciate this great icon. Yes, he deserves it. He poured out his heart. You know, I said to someone at the back over there that we're actually we're in Harvard School right now. We're in a lecture right now. I often tell people that life is a collection of relationships. If all you have is money, you are truly poor. Because some doors will not open to you with money. A couple of weeks ago, I happened to meet with him in his office. It's one of the greatest things that has ever happened to me. I'll tell you why. On that day, we were supposed to meet in his office, but his office key was missing. So I now met him in his library. My goodness. You know, when someone asked him just now, what is the secret? He told you. Books. I've never seen those kind of books in my life. In fact, I took picture with all the different size and angle. And I said to him, you know, when Dr. Bonking passed, that great man of blessed memory, I knew that I couldn't be without a mentor. And I said to him, I would like him to be my mentor and a father. And guess what he said to me? I was stopped. He said to me, my heart and my door is open to you anytime. Listen, just in case you don't understand, to have somebody of his caliber to come here, if it were not for relationship, I may not have been able to afford it. But he came all the way. Listen, that thing you're holding in your hand that he shared, he went out to print it by himself. Are you listening to this? To make sure that it is distributed to everybody. That's to show you the kind of heart that he has. Also, I just want to say thank you for accepting me and for doing what you have done. This is just a token to say thank you so very much, sir.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Thank you, everyone. Thank you for this. Thank you. God bless all of you, and see you at the top.
All right, then.
Ladies and gentlemen, it has been hours of learning, gleaning knowledge from amazing personalities, and you agree with me that this last speaker was it, right? This last speaker killed it, right? You're still sticking with Future Leadership Conference 2022 2.7.0, I beg your pardon. And I want to appreciate every one of you for sticking around to this time. And in no time, we'll be out of here. I would like to indulge you all, please, if you don't mind. Could you get your cell phones? Could you bring out your cell phones? So we are going to be trending these on social media. Are we ready? Are you sure? Okay, we have 3 hashtags. You can write that down. FLC07, hashtag FLC 2022, hashtag Future Leadership Conference 2022. After this session, we'll be having a masterclass session from Miles Leadership University. And I think after that, with some few activities, we'll be calling it a day. So are your cell phones ready? Let me see you wave it in the air, please. Okay. All right. Okay, so this is how we are going to do it. If I say Future Leadership Conference, you will say 7.0. Are we good to go? Are you sure? Okay. Let me get my own phone ready. Did we get the hashtags, please? FLC07, hashtag FLC07, hashtag FLC 2022, hashtag Future Leadership Conference 2022. Are we good to go? All right. Future Leadership Conference. Oh my God, we are not saying it like you mean it. Future Leadership Conference. You can do better. Future Leadership Conference. Excellent. Please hashtag that. I hope we all took our selfies and our videos. Please hashtag us on all social media platforms. Let's trend this and let the whole world know that we have come to gain value. Please, could you help me applaud yourself once more? Thank you so much. You have been sticking around with Compare OY and the amazing barrister, Geoffrey. At this point, I would like to invite for the masterclass, if he's ready, I would like to invite Dr. Francis Adesina to take us on this session. Dr. Francis, we are ready for you, sir. DJ, please give us some music. Okay, he's ready. Please help me applaud this gentleman, looking so gentlemanly in a suit. You're welcome, sir.
Wow. Thank you so much for this opportunity. I want you to stand up and give yourself a round of applause for sitting down patiently and listening. I want you to give yourself a round of applause. You're loaded. You're loaded. You've had so much. It's time to go out and explode and show the world that you're loaded. I bring good news from Miles Leadership University. I'm so excited. So excited. We've had so much. And I believe the world is waiting for you. And the world can't wait for what you carry. We'll be looking at leadership. What is leadership? You can't become what you don't know. So we'll be looking at leadership. We'll be looking at how can you lead? How can I become a leader? Then we'll also be looking at the 3 types and levels of leadership. What is leadership? But before I go into that, let us look at the research made by Gallup Research Institute and Stanford University. And they invested $1 million in this research. This research says 75% of people would rather die than think. I'll come again. 75% of people will rather die than think. People think they are thinking. 20% think they are thinking. Why only 5% really think? If you look at that critically, you'll agree with me that true leaders think. True leaders think. So this research also equates the research that has to do with leadership. It also means 75% of people will rather die than lead. Why 20% of people think they are leading, while only 5% really lead? What percent or what part of this percentage will you find yourself? But before you answer that, let us see what leadership means. The truth is, each of us was created to rule, to govern, to control, to master, and lead our environment. It means we have the capacity to change what we don't like. When you think about Nigeria, what emotions grip you? How many people will answer that? When you think about Nigeria, how do you feel? Do you feel sad? When you think about your environment, do you feel like screaming angrily? That means you have the power to change your immediate environment. Look around you. The seat you sit on, you can change something. You can shift the chair a bit if you're not comfortable. It says each of us was created to rule, to govern, to control, to master, and lead our environment. Before I go further, I also want to say thank you. I want to thank the organizers of this program. It has been an awesome program, but you cannot maximize this program without living as a changed person. This session will show you the 1, 2, 3 or the ABC of becoming another person. You cannot emerge or become the best of you if you don't understand leadership. Like I said, you are in essence a leader. No matter who you are, you're a leader. You cannot move from point A to point B without leadership. Who is a leader? A leader is someone that inspires first himself to move from point A to a desired point B. So where or what is that place that you desire to be? We talk so much about Nigeria. We talk so much about the state of the country, but we do nothing about it. And each time we do nothing, we become the part of that big problem. I could remember many years ago, at age 16, I started a company. I had a dream, and that dream came when I was kicked out of medicine. Most of us have terrible life stories at a point, but life always organized trouble for our transformation. Every trouble in your life is designed by life for your transformation. But until you see it as a leader, you cannot convert that tribulation to transformation. Like I said, I had a dream, and in that dream I saw a huge skyscraper, and I saw the world begging for solution. I thought I was called to become a medical doctor because I saw white lab coat. So I thought I was a medical doctor. I never knew I was called into the space of creativity. Today, I've been a part of those that have engineered many industries, from hobbies to an industry. I met Fela Drotoe, and my life changed. I became his strategist. Then he introduced me to his wife that had this hobby of makeup, and I did the branding. Today, do you know how big the makeup industry is? She spearheaded it. Remember, I was kicked out of medicine. I had a dream. I almost misinterpreted it. Then, how many people know Kaffee dance? Kaffee dance. From hobby. Just mere hobby dance. Do you know how big the dance industry is? There's something locked up in you that needs an expression. And the only way to get that out is leadership. So what is leadership? Leadership is the capacity to influence others. I'll come again. Leadership is the capacity to influence others through inspiration, motivated by a passion, generated by a vision, and produced by conviction, and it's ignited by a purpose. Shall I come again? Leadership is the capacity to influence others through inspiration, motivated by passion, generated by a vision, and produced by conviction, that is ignited by a purpose. That looks like a big grammar, but you understand the little until you understand the little components in that definition, you cannot become a leader. Look at the amazing lecture we had from Ali Baba. First of all, you need to know who you are. Until you know who you are, you cannot determine the gift that you carry. The environment of a gift that you are given is called grace. Every leader is equipped with a gift. Remember the definition before, that everyone is created to control, to govern, to determine, and to change his environment. The young man sitting here has the capacity to change his environment by shifting that bag beside him. Can you take the bag up? Good. So also we have that capacity to do it. But before we do that, we first of all need to know that we have the capacity to influence others to make things happen. We can talk to somebody, but before we do that, first of all, we need to have a vision. What is a vision? A vision is the picture of a desirable future. You cannot move to a future maintaining your present. You cannot move to a future loving your today. We don't like the way Nigeria is, but what is the vision that you have for your environment? If I move from a place to a new community, I always identify the problems within that environment. Then I paint a picture that is quite different and desirable for that environment. If you don't like where you are still in love of that particular place until you see a picture of a desirable future. So to be a leader, you need to paint a picture of what you want where you are to become. So you don't have any right to complain if you don't have access to a desirable picture. Hope you understand what I'm saying. So how can you paint that picture? So a leader is expected to have a vision, and that vision must be strong enough to create a conviction that this can happen. That's why most leaders are passionate, driven, and they cannot stop talking about the future that they desire. Everybody needs a better tomorrow. The picture of that better tomorrow is a vision. How can you paint that picture? Sometimes you can look at other communities. What do they have that you desire, that you want to have? Is that picture strong enough? The reason why we have where we are in Nigeria is because we have leaders that don't have any vision. Nobody painted a better Nigeria for us. There's no picture whatsoever. But you can start with your community. I could remember some years back, I was living somewhere around Fagba, and in that community, no light. 3 hours of light maximum. You know what I did? I went to NEPA, asked for the Oga there, and I said, what can we do to change this situation? It will shock you that they were willing to listen. And I said, what can we do? You know what he said? He said, first of all, I want to say thank you, because most of the time when youth come to see us, they come to fight. Just take that bold step. Do you know light duration in Nigeria, not in New York, 23 hours, from 3 hours to 23 hours. Even in Nigeria. So I repeated the same thing. Moved from Fagba to African Lane off Admiralty Way. No light too. 3 days, no light. 4 days, no light. Why? Their situation there is peculiar because everybody has money there. They don't care about NEPA. Everybody can burn their light. So I told my landlady that I want to see the NEPA to change the situation. You know what they did? They laughed. And I went there. This time around, didn't even meet the Oga. I only met the workers. And I said, I just came in. So they thought I came from, not from Fagba. They thought I came in somewhere because in Admiralty, everybody is seen as a big man. And coupled with my name, my surname, do you know, they told me the situation would change by 5 p.m. They sent me SMS in Nigeria. They called me around 6 that, do you have light now? I said, yes. Do you know we had light for 6 days non-stop? I moved and I changed that situation. Everybody has that capacity. You need to see a better future. One of our problems in Nigeria is we don't have a great mind. A great mind paints pictures of a desirable future. And a great leader takes steps in the direction of the picture. We moved from Admiralty to a bigger place, Orchard Road. How many people know how terrible Orchard Road is? How many? Orchard. 2 weeks into Orchard, they tarred the road. How many people know Orchard very well? Do you know they've tarred the road? Why? Because somebody, this small boy, saw that picture. And it was built to make you know that whenever you go out for others, you are rewarded. First, there's a picture. Second, there's a step taken in direction of the picture. Then now, you will now future in the picture of that desired future. The road has been tarred. Do you know they stopped that construction work just 2 minutes after our estate? How many people knows Royal Pine Estate? You know the place. You're a witness. You know they've built that place. That happened when I stepped into that place 2 weeks. We stepped into that place late June, and in 2 weeks, that road was built. Just after Royal Pine, you know Royal Pine very well, 1 minute after, from Express. Everybody is a leader. And the way God has designed it, everybody is a carrier of a gift. And every gift is pregnant with a seed of greatness. Until you serve the fruits or the gift enough, no one taps into the greatness of that gift. For every great man that you know serves a gift. Amazing. Ali Baba just left. What is his gift? Comedy, right? He serves it so much, he became exceedingly great. And he leads or created that environment. For every great person, they are blessed with a gift. That is how humans are designed. And within that gift, there's a seed of greatness. How many people knows C. Ronaldo? What is his gift? Football. He served that gift so much. He tapped into the seed of greatness. Anybody you know that is great has a gift. And the circumference of every gift, there's a grace. Until you deploy that gift, you can assess the grace. There's something divine around every gift that pushes the carrier of the gift into the realms of greatness. How many people know Moses in the Bible? In the Quran, he's called Musa. Moses has a token of grace. That token of grace is called a rod. What is his gift? It was used to shepherd, to tend. And the more you tend, you deploy the gift, it leads you to lead people. He was tending the sheep to a point, he attracted multitude and led those multitude from Egypt, the place of problem, into the place of solution. Every gift has a token. How many people know Joshua in the Bible? Joshua, Yeshua. What is his token of grace? Is the sword, right? There's a sword. He used those sword greatly. He led the Israelite in war. What is in your hands? Every gift And that makes you a leader. Everybody has a gift. What is the token of grace in the hands of these two people? They have cameras. Everybody, there's always a device. In this century, some of these devices are techie. Do you understand what I'm saying? How many people knows Kafi dance? What is her gift? Dance. She has a token of grace. So before you lead others, you first of all need to lead yourself to the place of your gift. And when you find yourself in that space becomes what I called your grace field. And when you are in the core of your grace field, you become a God in that field. So your first level of leadership is to lead yourself to the place of your gift. And within that space of your gift, you land where I call your grace field. If you walk out of it, you become small. If you remain within that circumference, you become great. Because in every gift, buried within every gift, is a seed of greatness. Imagine Messi jumping out of his grace field, jumping into the grace field of Michael Jackson to dance. He will be small. The reason why you're small is because you've not led yourself into the place of your gift. Am I making sense? Am I making sense? What is in your hands? Somebody that draws will use maybe a paintbrush, right? Moses' rod is his token of grace. A painter, what is his token of grace? Brush. What is your token of grace? What is Tara Feladroto's token of grace? Makeup. Sometimes what will make you looks too small. May you find it. So how can I be a leader? Identify your gift. Your gift will lead you to your grace field. And whenever you are in your grace field, do you know why I call it field? How many people knows magnetic field? Magnetic field is that force around a magnet. It attracts nails, irons, right? Leaders don't look for people. Their grace field pull people to them. Do you know why we love Nelson Mandela? Do you know why we love Mother Teresa? Because they inspire us. Every leader inspires others, even at a distance, and pulls people into their space. So the reason why your environment or your community is not what you want is because you are doing nothing about it. At the age of 24, one man just called me up and he said, I love what you are doing at age 24. And he said, God said, I should give you 25 million to support what you're doing. It was like a joke. And he paid. I looked at my phone. I thought it's 2.5 million. I tried to count the zeros. I had to switch off my phone for days. I was barely 24. Why? Because I was in my grace field. And that field attracted people, even kings, to my place. We got a place at Adeni Jones. We painted that place shades of blue. Remember the dream that I had? I saw a huge skyscraper painted in shades of blue. And I saw the world begging for solutions. Then we started doing branding for British American Tobacco. Your grace field attracts people, attracts possibilities. Everybody is a leader. The day you say, I'm not a leader, it means you say, grace will never work for me. Leadership walks on two legs. The first leg is the leg of character. The second leg is the leg of competence. You cannot get to the point of competence if you have not identified your gift and your grace field. So how can I be a leader? Identify your gift, stay in your grace field, take your gift to the level of mastery. Is called competence. Competence grows into credibility. Then people will believe in you enough to follow you. Do you understand what I'm saying? I will have to round up. I'll give you a few exercises. Identify those things you can do. How many minutes? Okay. Identify those things you are gifted with. There's a seed of greatness pregnant in it. Then don't forget that every gift makes you a leader. Leadership is not for acquiring power, it's for empowering others. Don't forget that. So each time you lead, people follow. And the purpose of leading is to lead them out of their Egypt into their promised land. Thank you so much for this opportunity. Thank you so much. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
For those of you still here, can you just clap for yourself? Yes. Thank you so very much. So we are bringing this to a close very shortly. Earlier on, we publicized, we sent an email to everyone who registered for the conference that if you would like to get a certificate from Mans University, please, there's someone called Paul. Where is Paul? Where is Paul? Can you get me Paul? There's somebody at the back over there. If you are interested in the certificate, I'm not going to start telling you what it entails to have a certificate leadership university. All right, so I would like to quickly welcome the editor-in-chief of African Future Leadership Conference. What did I say? Yes, African what? Future Leadership Magazine for a very brief vote of thanks so that we can bring this to a close quickly. Oh, before we do that, can we please, let's appreciate a brother, a friend, someone who I respect so much. He's actually a regional manager with Bank of Industry, and he has something to tell us, not about the bank, but something. There's an initiative that I love so much that can help you as an entrepreneur. He's going to be doing that in 5 minutes before we eventually, in fact, I've completely forgotten. Just seeing his face, I said, wow, I don't think you would have forgiven me for that. So please, let's put our hands together and welcome him. Quickly. It's something that you will love. It will benefit you.
Thank you, sir. Yeah, thank you so much, Mark. Ambassador Mark Diahi. Thank you for putting this very powerful Future Leadership Conference together. My name is Park Quincy Rabo. They call me the Lovepreneur. That is a concept that I so much believe that Nigeria needs right now to change the world. And the speaker that just spoke almost summarized what lovepreneurship is all about. That every one of us have a grace token, a token of grace within us. You can call it your seed of greatness The problem is that we don't always look for it. We rather be looking for what we don't have, but we have never looked inward to discover what we do have. So I was lucky enough to find my token of grace and my seed of greatness within the place I work. And I want to encourage you. If you want to find, when they tell you, discover your purpose, discover your passion, many people are confused. How do I do it? What is passion? Passion is what you love doing. That means you will never find what you love doing until you start doing. So the greatest secret to discover your passion is work. Tell your neighbor, work. Whatever you find your hand to do, do it with the whole of your heart. Because passion is the connection between your handwork and your heartbeat. When you find the connection between your handwork and your heartbeat, resonance occurs. Your life change. You will be doing so many things, but there is one day you will find what you love doing with your hand that resonates with your heart. That is your passion. So my passion is actually to equip people so that they can find their life fulfillment and bring about national development. So we call it the Name Foundation. So I've been able to come about an NGO called Name Foundation to let Nigerians know that the only thing you should fight for in life is a name. Because that is the only thing there is. Leave a legacy that cannot be erased. And when you are building your name, you will never have a dull time in your life. So in Name Foundation, we are equipping Nigerians to start up businesses that resonate with their nature, so that in building Nigeria, they will be for building themselves. They will be finding fulfillment and they are bringing national development. So we have created in Ibadan, when I was the state manager of Bank of Industry, but I created a hub, a production hub. We refurbished the place and we said for any new, if you are a startup, come and have a spot there and grow your business. Just, they don't pay anything. I told them if you are led, you can contribute to what the foundation is doing. Because that is the way forward. You cannot be running your business and becoming a local government of yourself. Common facility is the future of entrepreneurs. Don't run a local government. You are the one buying you are sinking your borehole, you are providing electricity. We are looking for people that can create this kind of what? Hub. And even Bank of Industry will finance you. If you just want to create a hub that other entrepreneurs can run their business, we will finance you if you have that dream. So we did that in Ibadan. Now I'm in Port Harcourt. I'm the regional manager of bank for the entire South. I decided that, look, we cannot be doing it in every place. What we now decide to do is to create an online nation. We call it the Lovepreneurship Nation. So that anybody that wants to be supported in business, you join that nation and we provide you the tools that you need to succeed. So the first tool we have created is an accounting app. So I want you to go online now and go to your Play Store and write Lovepreneurship Accounting. Download it. It is free of charge for you. And it will only be free of charge for the first 500 because you are here. Accounting is one thing that you should never take for granted. If you can't count your money, you will not have wisdom to run your business. Please, just a minute. The Holy Book says, teach us to number our days that we might apply our heart to wisdom. If you don't count things, you will never be wise. The day you start counting how you spend every of your money, then wisdom will come to you on how to grow your business. So go to that Play Store, download Lovepreneurship Accounting, and start using it. Even if you are not a business person, create a business for your personal finance. Every money you spend, say, I spend this for this. In a month, you will gain wisdom. You will start using the small money that is coming to your hand. You will be able to account for it so that when you want to come to a bank to borrow, you have a history. This is what I do with my money. This is what I've been able to sell. You will be able to generate invoice. People buy from you. You create invoice and send to them. You're already doing your business in a professional way, and you have record that banks can leverage on. Thank you so much, and God bless you.
Wow. All right. So with that, yes, we are bringing it to a close right now. Please, let's cut this cake very quickly. Call every single team member of the FLC. Some are outside on the red carpet. Some are anywhere you can find them. Kenneth, please get my phone over there now. Let the cameraman be on the standby. Let's quickly cut this. This is actually 7th anniversary, and I have to hijack this mic. I didn't take your job from you, but I want things to be very fast. We are having another event from 5 p.m. in this same hall. We'll be launching the maiden edition of African Future Leadership Magazine. You want me to see it? Okay, let somebody bring it. This is the best you have ever seen. I can bet on it. The best anywhere.
Amazing.
The only one that can compete with this is Forbes and the Fortunes.
Wow.
Because we assemble the best journalists in the world. We have office in Canada, in US, in Malawi, in Ghana. So we didn't start small. This right here, you're seeing a global phenomenon. I'm not trying to just market it, but when you come in contact with it, you will know what I'm talking about. All right. So please, where are they? Where are the team members? Let's call this cake quickly. The face are not looking so smiley. They haven't eaten since morning. I can understand.
It's time to cut the cake.
I can understand. There's something coming.
It's time to cut the cake.
Everybody. Where's my phone? Have you gotten my phone? Okay. Where are they? Where are the team? Where is the Oba Benin? Where are they?
Team members, please, your attention is urgently
We have an
needed.
award ceremony here starting from 5 p.m. Red carpet 5 p.m. But it's a ticketed event. Okay, where are they? Spread Mabuki this way. Every single team member, please come up. You've done a noble job. You're the best team in the world, the best anyone can ever wish to have. We don't take it lightly. Spread like this. He will go back, as far back. Spread this way, spread this other way. Yes. Where's the knife? Somebody get a knife. We actually want to cut the cake. All right. Yeah, let that man be in front. Oh, it's not a small boy. I'm in the picture. I will be in the picture. Thank you, sir.
Yes, DJ, give us
Editor.
some soft music now.
Don't worry, we'll do that during the award.
Soft music, please.
For me, okay, when we'll do.
Ladies and gentlemen, 1.0 was beautiful. 2.0 was amazing. 3.0 was the best. 4.0 was awesome. 5.0 was fantastic. 6.0 was good. Ladies and gentlemen, 7.0 of the Future Leadership Conference 2022. Amazing. Congratulations to everyone that made it possible today. To the convener, Mr. Mark Idiaye, for bringing this to Lagos, Nigeria. We appreciate you. And to all our wonderful participants that made it to 7.0, you all are amazing. And we hope to see you, by the grace of God, Future Leadership Conference 8.0 2023. Congratulations.
Thank you. All right. Thank you so very much. Please, let's put our hands together for the editor-in-chief, Pan-African Future Leadership Magazine, Pastor Jim Lawson. You can hand in the mic. Yes.
Thank you so much, convener of this event. Thank you for the opportunity. I want to start by thanking you, all of you, for finding out time to attend today's event and waiting till this moment that we're bringing this event to a close. But I also want to ask you to find time again, if you can join us this evening and come and see with your eyes what is going to be unveiled to you. The magazine, the African Future Leadership Magazine, is something very exceptional. There is nothing like it. I can tell you for free that there is no magazine like that. We want to tell our stories. We want to project Africa. We want to take Africa to where it ought to be. So as you live here, in case you're unable to make it this evening, my prayer is that the Almighty God will lead you back safely, grant you your heart desires. Once again, thank you for being with us and spending your time. I want to believe it was worth the while. So thank you so much. See you some other time, because we'll also reach out to you again. Thank you. You are special to us. We are grateful. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, you were with Compare OI and Barrister Geoffrey. I hope you enjoyed the ride with us. Do endeavor to reach out to us for your subsequent event hosting. And that is it from me. Enjoy the rest of the evening. I'll see you on the other side.
It's time to set up the hall. Let's flip this hall around. Let's flip it. Let's flip it. Let's flip it.